Hello everyone, welcome to the test discussion. My name is Tejashwi Raj and we'll start your test discussion right now. Okay, I am a physics master teacher and we'll be solving this test paper which you guys have given. Okay, so let us begin, guys. The very first question is, an RLC series circuit with 100 ohm resistance is connected to an AC source of 200 volts and omega 300 radians per second. Okay, this is an RLC series circuit question. When only capacitor is removed, the current lags behind voltage by 60 degree. When capacitor has been removed, the current is lagging behind voltage by 60 degrees. Okay. When only inductor is removed, the current leads voltage by 60 degree. Here there is no lagging, here is it leading when the inductor is removed. The power dissipated in the circuit will be what? The power dissipated in the circuit will be what? Okay. So, bachcho, whenever a capacitor is removed, we have to write the formula tan phi is equal to XL by R. Do you remember this formula? We use this formula when capacitor is removed. Remember? We use this formula when capacitor is removed. Okay. So, here bachcho, when capacitor is removed, the current lags behind voltage by 60 degree. So, that implies tan of 60 degree is equal to XL by R. Right? Tan of 60 degree is equal to XL by R. So that implies we can say that XL is equal to R tan 60 degrees, which is nothing but root 3R. So X ki value we got root 3R. Okay, this is your equation number 1, say. Now, the second part of the question is that when inductor is removed, so when inductor is removed, again we'll use the same formula, tan phi is equal to XC by R, right? So here bachcho, what we can see that again the voltage leads by 60 degree only, so tan 60 degree is equal to XC upon R. So that implies XC is equal to R tan 60 degree, which again comes as root 3R. So this is your XC, equation number 2. And this was XL. Okay. Now what we can clearly see from equation number 1 and equation number 2 is that the circuit is in resonance. Why the circuit is in resonance? Because XL and XC are equal. The circuit is in resonance because the value of XL is also root 3R, the value of XC is also root 3R. So since XL is equal to XC, so we can say that circuit is in resonance. And if circuit is in resonance, we clearly means that Z is equal to R, right? This implies that impedance is equal to R. Z is equal to R. So now what we have to find? The power. So for power we have to find IRMS. First of all, for power we have to find RMS current. Okay. So the value of IRMS will be what? It would be VRMS by Z. It would be what? VRMS upon Z. Now bachcho, what is VRMS in the question? It is given 200. In the question, VRMS is given 200 volts. And what is the value of Z? It is 100 ohms, because here we can see that Z is equal to R. So the value of resistance will be equal to Z, right? So this is 200 and upon 100, this comes as 2 amps, right? So the current comes as 2 amperes is our RMS current. Now we have to find the power dissipated in the circuit. Now bachcho, what we have to find? Power. Now bachcho, do you remember the formula of power dissipated in the circuit? Do you remember it? It is VRMS IRMS cos phi. Don't you think so? Or even we can say that the power dissipated in the circuit is, see, the formula is Vrms IRMS cos phi. This is the formula, don't you think so, bacho? Yes. So here what we can say that it is IRMS square into R. Don't you think so? We can say that this is IRMS square into R, right? So now, what is IRMS square? This comes as 4 and resistance is 100. So this comes as 400 watts. This is your answer. This is your answer. Okay? Done? I hope it is clear. Cool. Chaliye, moving forward to the next question. A vessel is half filled with a liquid of refractive index mu. There is a vessel which is half filled with a liquid of refractive index mu. The other half of the vessel is filled with an immiscible liquid. Immiscible, what do we mean by that? Immiscible liquid means liquid which does not mix with other liquid. Of refractive index 1.5 mu. The apparent depth of vessel is 50% of actual depth. Matlab, the actual depth is suppose d, then apparent depth will be d by 2. So the value of mu will be what? This is the question. The value of mu will be what? But so we have a direct formula for it. That apparent depth, suppose the real depth is d. Chalo, let me write it like this. Let real depth be d. So that implies apparent depth will be what? D by 2, because it is the 50% of the real depth or actual depth. Okay? So we have a direct formula, bachcho. D by 2 is equal to d by 2 mu for the first liquid plus d by 2 into 1.5 mu for the second liquid. Okay? So here what we can see, if you solve the value, if you solve this equation, this is a very basic equation, basic algebraic equation. If you solve it, you will get the value of mu as 1.67. You will get the value of mu as 1.67. Option number B. Okay? Cool. Any doubt, any issues, any confusions? No, right? Chaliye, moving forward to the next question. If vector A is I cap minus 2j cap plus k cap, vector B is I cap plus j cap, then find a vector of magnitude 20 unit and perpendicular to both vectors A and B. So there are two vectors which are given in this question, and we have to find another vector which has magnitude of 20 units and is perpendicular to vector A and vector B. So any vector which would be perpendicular to vector A and vector B will be vector A cross B, because the cross product of two vectors is perpendicular to the individual two vectors, right? So that implies, it is very simple, I cap, j cap, k cap, right? What is the coefficient of I cap in vector A? 1, this is minus 2, this is 1, this is 1, 1, 0, right? Perfect. Now we have to solve it. So I cap will be what? Minus 2 into 0, 0, minus 1 into 1, 1, minus j cap 1 into 0, 0, 1 into 1, 1. So this again becomes 0 minus 1 plus k cap 1 into 1, 1, minus minus plus 2 into 1, 2, right? So this becomes minus I cap minus minus plus j cap plus 3k cap. This is a vector which is perpendicular to both vector A and vector B. This is a vector which is perpendicular to both vector A and vector B. Minus I cap plus j cap plus 3k cap. Now, minus I cap plus j cap plus 3k cap, if we find the magnitude of these vectors, magnitude of A cross B becomes what? 1 का square, 1 का square, 3 का square. This becomes under root 11, right? So this is the vector, this is its magnitude. Okay? So that means option A, minus I cap plus j cap plus 3 cap by root 11 into 20. Okay, simple vector ka question tha. There is nothing too much about it. It's a simple question of vectors. Okay, the key point was that if we are finding any vector which is perpendicular to two vectors, we do its cross, right, which we know. Next, now have a look at this question. This is a good question. A hole is drilled along the diameter of the earth. Okay, along the diameter of the earth a hole is drilled. The plot of escape velocity from any point in the hole versus distance of the point from the center of the earth. Okay, so basically what the question is saying that this is a earth, and earth can be treated like a solid sphere vaguely. Okay, so suppose this is a solid sphere, and what we did, we drilled a hole in it along the diameter like this, and now this is the hole, and suppose this is the center of the earth, point C, and at some distance r from point C there is a point P where a mass small m is present, and we have given this mass a escape velocity so that it can escape from the gravitational field of the earth. So we have to plot a graph stating that escape velocity from any point in the hole, what is the distance of that point from the center of the earth. Matlab, this escape velocity versus this r. We have to plot that graph, and we have to say which graph is correct. So I hope you understood the question first of all. That is very much crucial that we first of all understand the question. Right. Okay. So now what we can say that suppose initially the kinetic energy and potential energy of the system was something. Okay, so we have to use here total mechanical energy conservation, which states that K initial plus U initial is equal to K final plus U final. Okay. Now, escape velocity means what? It is the minimum velocity which could be given to a particle so that it just escapes the gravitational field of that planet. So when this point mass P will go out of the Earth ke gravitational field, it will just move out, and then its velocity becomes zero, right? So that means the final kinetic energy will be zero. Okay. Also, the initial potential and final potential energy of the system will also be zero. Don't you think so? Because it is far away from the earth. So that's why. Okay. So chalo, let us see the initial kinetic energy when we have given the escape velocity will be what? Half mve square. True or not? Yes. Now, bacho, what will be the potential energy? The potential energy will be what? Minus G mm by r. It will be minus G capital M is the mass of the earth, small m is the mass of this point object, upon radius of the earth into 3 by 2 minus small r square by capital 2r square. This will be the potential, and this whole thing will be equal to 0. This whole thing will be equal to 0. Now, from this equation, we have to derive a relation between VE and small r. How are we going to do that? M got cancelled, okay? And VE square by 2 is equal to G capital M by R, 3 by 2 minus R square by 2R square. Now just have a look. If this 2 goes over there, so VE square will be 2GM by R 3 by 2 minus small r square by 2 capital R square. Now, bachon, if we just look at the entire equation, this is a constant, 3 by 2 is a constant, 2gm by r is a constant, 2 capital R is a constant. The only variable, the changing part is minus R square. So it is forming a quadratic equation where the coefficient of x square is negative, right? It is our x square which is changing with VE and its coefficient is negative. So first of all, the graph will be a downward parabola. So this is not possible. This is not possible. Now let's see the other two graph. If we see the other two graph, this is not at all possible. There is no straight line going. There is no linear relationship. Only this graph is possible because up till the center of the earth, up till the surface of the earth, the particle will have a downward parabolic relation of its escape velocity with the distance from its center. So this is the most valid point. This is the most valid graph, as we can see from the equation. So option C will be your correct answer. Minus R square, it is the coefficient of x square is negative, so downward parabola, and it is forming a quadratic equation in R. Okay, so option C is correct. Moving forward. When the angle of incidence on a material is 60 degree, the reflected light is completely polarized. Okay? The velocity of the refracted ray inside the material. See, suppose there is a material like this and the angle of incidence is falling like this. Okay? And angle of incidence is this much, 60 degree. Now the reflected light is completely polarized. Completely polarized. That's how we say polarized light is there. Okay? And there are some refracted light also. Okay? So what will be the velocity of that refraction light or refracted light? So bachcho, there is a very basic formula which we know, which we have studied in our optics, is mu is equal to tan theta. Don't you think so? This is the formula which we have studied. Mu is equal to tan theta. So bachcho, what will be the value of mu? Tan into angle of incidence, which is 60 degrees. So the value of mu will be root 3. Don't you think so, bachcho? The value of mu will be root 3. It is very simple till now, not an issue. Okay. Now, this mu is equal to also, this mu is equal to C upon V, right? This mu is equal to what? C upon V, where C is the speed of the light, V is the velocity of the refracted ray, which we have to find. So mu we already got root 3. This is 3 into 10 to the power 8 upon V. So this V comes here and 3 into 10 to the power 8 upon root 3. This becomes root 3 into 10 to the power 8 meters per second. Root 3 into 10 to the power 8 meter per second is our option C. This is our answer. Okay? Sure. Moving forward. A long straight wire along the z-axis carries a current in the negative z direction. Okay, there is a long straight wire in the z-axis and the current is flowing in it in negative z-axis, z direction. The magnetic field at a point having coordinate x comma y, in the z is equal to 0 plane. Z is equal to 0 plane means the point lies in the xy plane. That is simple. Z is equal to 0 plane means the point will lie in xy plane. Now, bachcho, if we draw the xy axis, this is your x-axis, this is your y-axis, and the point here lies as x comma y, and from origin, suppose its distance is vector r. Okay? Now, this is the point, or we have to find the magnetic field at this point. So already it is given that magnetic field is along the z-axis. So that means magnetic field will be perpendicular to this point because this point lies in the xy plane and z axis will be perpendicular to the xy plane. So that means magnetic field will be perpendicular to this line. That is true. That is clear. Okay, because z axis is perpendicular to the xy plane. True now? Yes or no? Tell me. Okay, so now bachcho, suppose the magnetic field vector is making an angle theta with the vertical. So this will be b cos theta, this will be b sin theta. Don't you think so, bachcho? This will be b cos theta, this will be b sin theta. So now bachcho, if we want to write the magnetic field vector, what we can say, b sin theta I cap minus b cos theta j cap. Simple vector notation because b cos theta is in negative y axis, so minus j cap. B sin theta I cap upon b cos theta j cap minus b cos theta j cap. Okay, cool. And the formula for magnetic field due to a current carrying wire is very well known, mu naught by 2 pi I upon r. This is the formula for magnetic field due to current carrying wire, right? Okay, all right. So now bachu, now listen, what can be the value of r? Suppose if this angle is theta, then this angle is also theta, right? Because this is theta, so this is 90 minus theta, this is 90, so this is theta. So bachcho, what will be the value of r? We can say r will be equal to under root x square plus y squared. Ye to, this is to fix because this is x and this is y. Okay, so r will be under root x square plus y square. Also, what will be the value of sine theta in this right angle triangle? The value of sine theta will be perpendicular by hypotenuse. Perpendicular is y, hypotenuse is r. And the value of cos theta is base upon hypotenuse x upon r, right? So now bachcho, here if we take b as a common in this b vector wala equation, what we can write it as? So let me make it on the next slide. So vector b was b sin theta I cap minus b cos theta j cap. Now taking b as common, this becomes sin theta I cap minus cos theta j cap. Now bachcho, we know that the value of vector b is mu naught by 2 pi I upon r. So we have substituted that value here. Cool. Sin theta, how much we got? Y by r, and cos theta x by r. So sin theta becomes y by r I cap and this becomes minus x by r j cap, right? Cool. Tell me. Okay. So now bachcho, mu naught by 2 pi and also take I in the list is there. This r and this whole r, under root r square x square plus y square into under root x square plus y square, this will become x square plus y square, and this will be y I cap minus x j cap. This will be the value of our magnetic field. So let's see which option does it match with. Mu naught I y I cap minus x j cap 2 pi x square plus y square, option number A. Okay, okay, cool. Shall we move forward? I hope you understood it. Let's move. In a double slit experiment, at a certain point on the screen, the path difference between two interfering waves is 1/4 of the wavelength. The ratio of intensity of light at that point to the center of a bright fringe. Basically, what it is saying that in YDAC, the path difference is 1/4 of the wavelength, right? What are we saying? Path difference is 1/4 of the wavelength. So bachcho, what is the formula of intensity? I is equal to I naught cos square delta phi by 2. Do you remember? I is equal to I naught cos square delta phi by 2. This is the formula for intensity. So now bachon, if we bring I naught here, so I upon I naught is cos square delta phi by 2, right? We can say that we have just rearranged it. So bachon, delta phi is what? Delta phi is nothing but the path difference, and it is 1 by 4th of the wavelength. So that means cos square 2 pi by lambda into lambda by 4, don't you think so, upon 2. This is the value, 2 pi by lambda into lambda by 4 upon 2. So now 2 say 2 will get cancelled, lambda say lambda will get cancelled. This becomes cos square pi by 4. So I upon I naught is cos square pi by 4. And cos square pi by 4 is 1 by 2, which is nothing but 0.5. So that's what they asked, ratio of intensity of light at that point to the center of the bright fringe, which is I naught. It is 0.5, option number D. Easy, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, bachcho. Simple question. Okay. Next question, let's move. In the circuit shown, the cell has EMF 10 volts, internal resistance 1 ohms. So current through 3 ohm and 4 ohm we have to find. Okay, let me try to erase the options, because in the next slide we have the options already. So just let me erase this so that I can solve it here. Okay, cool. Now see, what we can see here is that this resistor, this resistor and this resistor, these three are in series. You know? So these three are in series, so their R equivalent will be 2 plus 4, 6, 6 plus 2, 8. And now the equivalent 8 ohms will be parallel to this another 8 ohm. So this becomes, these two becomes 4 ohms, 8 into 8 by 8 plus 8. Okay, so this becomes 64 by 16, 4 ohms. So now we got our equivalent circuit like this. I'm doing step by step, so don't worry. This will be our equivalent circuit. Okay, so this is 3 ohms, 2 ohms, 4 ohms, 2 ohms, 2 ohms, and this again is 8 ohms. Now again bachon, again these three are in series, 4 to 6, 6 to 8. Again 8 and 8 are in parallel, so again 4 ohms. So the equivalent circuit will be now like this: 3 ohms, 4 ohms, 2 ohms, 3 ohms, 4 ohms, 2 ohms, and here there is an EMF and an internal resistance. EMF is 10 volts, internal resistance is 1 ohms, right? Now bachu, again what we can see here is these three are in series, so 4, 3, 7, and this is 9 ohms, है ना? The equivalent circuit is 9 ohms. So now bachu, what will be the value of current flowing through the equivalent circuit? What do you think? Have a look. What do you think? What will be the equivalent circuit? See what we did. First of all, these were in series. We fixed this. And these were in parallel. So 4 ohms. Now this becomes again 4 ohms. Now 3 ohms, 4 ohms, 2 ohms. Right? So these three are in series. So this becomes 9 ohms. So if you remember the formula, E is equal to V minus IR, you would have remembered. Right? So now bachon, this is 9. V is how much? 10. It is given. Minus I we have to find, and resistance is internal resistance 1 ohms. है ना? So here we can see बच्चों, the current becomes 1 ampere. The current becomes 1 ampere. So the current flowing through the circuit is 1 ampere. The current flowing through the circuit is 1 amps. Now, after doing all this, we got to know that this battery is flowing 1 ampere current through this circuit. Okay, so now this 1 ampere will have two junctions here. One will go here, one will go here. So this will be 0.5 ampere. And again, when this 0.5 ampere will reach here, it will have two junctions. So 0.25, 0.25. And the question has been asked that how much current is flowing through 3 ohm and 4 ohm. So for 3 ohm resistor, what we can say that for 3 ohm resistor, total 1 ampere current is flowing. So for 3 ohm resistor, total 1 ampere is current is flowing, but for 4 ohm, here 0.5 ampere was divided into 0.25 ampere. So for 4 ohm, 0.25 ampere current was flowing. So the answer is current flowing through the 4 ohm resistor is 0.25 ampere. Option number D. Basic. So current through 4 ohm is 0.25 amps. Okay. Cool. Moving forward. Now see, two massless charged particles of charge q and minus q are fixed on a horizontal diameter of hollow spherical shell of mass m, radius r. 2 point charges, here it is minus q, here it is plus q. Okay? They are situated on two sides, on the x-axis and y-axis, and the shell is pivoted so that it is free to rotate about z-axis. So about this axis the shell can rotate. There is a uniform electric field of magnitude E along x-axis, the time period of small oscillation of the cell. So we have to find the time period of the shell. Okay. So bachcho, here we can say that I omega square theta will be equal to Pe sine theta, which is the torque due to this dipole. This is forming a dipole, right? Two opposite charges situated at a very close distance. This is forming a dipole. So the torque due to the dipole P sine theta will be responsible for the rotational motion of the spherical shell about z-axis. So that will be equal to I omega square theta, right? Tell me, mv square by mv square r. So now, bachcho, here what we can say that theta and theta can get cancelled because using small angle approximation, because here it is written small oscillation. So small oscillations means small angle. So using small angle approximation, what we can say, you understood now why we are using small angle approximation, because in the question it is written small oscillation. So whenever we are in physics we are using small angle approximation, we know that sine theta is nearly equal to theta. So this and this will get cancelled. So that implies I omega square is equal to Pe. So omega will be equal to under root Pe by I. Cool. Tell me. So bachcho, we got omega. Now for time period bachcho, we have to use 2 pi by omega wala formula. So since we know that T is equal to 2 pi by omega, so 2 pi under root I upon Pe will be the situation. Yeah, reciprocal of omega. Cool. Now, it is a spherical shell. Spherical shell means hollow sphere, right? And the hollow sphere ka moment of inertia about its center of mass is 2 by 3 mr square. So substituting the values, we get 2 pi under root 2 by 3 mr square upon. Pe, first of all, what is the dipole? Q, 2Q into the distance between them is, this is R, this is R. So distance between them is 2R. So Q into 2R into E. That will be the value, right? So now bachcho, 2 say 2 will get cancelled, hai na? 1R say 1R will get cancelled, and the final equation which we will be getting will be, can I write it here? The final equation will be T is equal to 2 pi under root mr by 3QE. 2 pi under root mr by 3QE. And this is our option number D. Option number D. Option number D. Okay? Okay? Alright? चलो आगे बढ़े. Let's move. The orbital velocity of an artificial satellite in a circular orbit very close to Earth is v. The velocity of a geostationary satellite orbiting in a circular orbit at an altitude of 3r from the Earth's surface will be what? Okay. Simple question, straightforward. We know that the orbital velocity is nothing but under root g capital M by r, right? We know that orbital velocity is g capital M by small r, no, my bad. Okay? So that means v0 is inversely proportional to 1 by root r. Cool? Tell me. So, bachon, v1 by v2 shall be equal to r2 by r1, right? v1 by e2 shall be equal to r2 by r1. v1 we know already, it is given v, है ना, in the question. So v by v2 is equal to, this will be 3r from the altitude of 3r from the surface of the earth. So from the center it will be 3r plus r, 4r. So this will be 4r upon r, right? Tell me, है ना? 3r is from the surface. So from the center 4r, no? So r say r got cancelled. This came as 2, right? So that implies v by v2 is equal to 2. So v2 will be v by 2. v2 will be v by 2. Option number C. Okay? Moving forward. Read the question. Time in which a layer of ice of thickness 10 centimeter will increase by 5 centimeter on the surface of a pond when temperature of the surrounding is minus 10 degrees Celsius. So in how much time basically the layer of ice will increase by 5 centimeter if temperature is minus 10 degrees Celsius, and all the data are given. So I think that here we can use a direct formula which we have studied. T is equal to PL by 2k theta x2 square minus x1 square. This is a direct formula which we derive in class while teaching you guys the time taken for an ice thickness to increase. This is the formula. So all the values are given, I guess. This is not P, this is rho, density, sorry, not P. This is not P, this is rho. Okay. Now bachon, is the rho ka value given in the question? What is rho? 0.9. What is L? Latent heat. Where is it? Where are you? Latent heat. Where are you? 80 upon 2 into K ki value is given 0.005 into theta. Theta is how much? Minus 10, so can be written as 10. X2 square. See, initial thickness was 10, should be increased by 5. So final thickness will be 15. So that means 15 ka square and initial thickness was 10 ka square. So this is the whole thing which we have to solve, right? So solving it is very easy, bacho, right? 0.9 into 80 can be written as 72. This becomes 72, bacho, and 20 into 0.005 can be written as 0.1. This is bacho 225, this is 100, so this becomes 125. So basically 72 into 125 is 9000 divided by 0.1, it is 90,000. So bacho, this comes as 90,000 seconds, okay? 90,000 seconds, which should be nearly equal to 25 hours. 90,000 seconds, which you can easily convert to hours, as nearly equal to 25 hours. Okay, cool, right? Chalo. बच्चों, see this question. A conducting piston separates water from hydrogen gas. Okay. Initially, water is at 0 degrees Celsius. System is then left for a long time. On examination, 10 gram ice was found on water chamber. Basically, what happened? This is the hydrogen gas, this is water, right? And we left it for few time. Then an ice layer got formed on above the water surface, right? In the water chamber. So translational kinetic energy will be what? है ना? Take latent heat of fusion as 80 kilocalorie, neglect heat capacity of chamber and piston. Okay, see, बच्चों, we know that 5 by 2 nRT shall be equal to what, बच्चों? 5 by 2 nRT shall be equal to latent heat into, बच्चों, 10, right? Tell me. Don't you think so? है ना? Latent heat into the amount of ice formed. That should be equal to your 5 by 2 nRT. तो बच्चों, change in translational kinetic energy delta TKE will be 3 by 2 nR delta T, है ना? 3 by 2 nR delta T. So that will be 5 by 2 nRT. That means this is 800. This should be divided by what, बच्चों? This should be divided by 5, है ना? This should be divided by 5 and into 3, right? So just rearranging the equation, we got this, and just we need to solve it. So this becomes 5 1 5, 6 7 8, 5 6 30, 160 into 3, 480. So बच्चों, is it decreasing by 480 or is it increasing by 480? It is increasing by 480. So this becomes 480 calories. This is increasing by 480. So what is the option which we have got? Increases by 480 calorie. Option D. Okay. Okay. 5 gram of ice at 0 degree and 1 gram steam at 100 degree are mixed together. So basically you have understood, might have studied the mixture of liquids wala part in calorimetry. That's what the question is based on. 5 gram of ice at 0 degree, 1 gram steam at 100 degree are mixed together in a calorimeter of negligible heat capacity. At equilibrium, what we will be having? At equilibrium, what we will be having? This is the question, right? This is the question. So bachcho, it's way too simple. We have a direct formula for it. है ना? We have a direct formula for it. ms delta t बच्चों, right? See, basically 5 gram of ice multiplied by बच्चों latent heat of fusion which is 80, है ना? Plus 5 gram of ice into 1 gram of steam into delta T. Initially the temperature was 0 degree for ice. Now it becomes some temperature. See what happened when ice and steam are mixed. Steam will give some heat to ice. So its temperature will decrease, its temperature will increase, but it will be in the range of 0 to 100. So that's why its temperature will be increased from 0. And this should be equal to mass of the steam into latent heat of vaporization, which is 540, plus mass of the steam into बच्चों mass of itself into 100 minus T, right? Mass of the steam into 100 minus T, right? So see, bachcho, the thing is, its temperature will decrease from 100, its temperature will increase from 0. So this will be the equation which will be forming. Now bachcho, we have to find the value of T from here. So this becomes 400 plus 5T, because another part will become 0, 540 plus 100 minus T. So 400 plus 5T is equal to 640 minus T. This becomes 4T is equal to 1040, 640 plus 400, right? 600 plus 400,000, so 640 plus 400 is 1040. So T will be equal to what, bachcho? 640 plus, sorry, it's going to be, my bad, not my, it will be not added, it will be subtracted. Subtracted, no. This will be 5t plus t, so this will be 60. My bad, my calculation was wrong here. Sorry guys, apologies. 5t plus t, this will be 60, and this will be 640 minus 400, right? So bachon, 60 is equal to 0, 4, 2. So bachon, T will be equal to 40 degrees Celsius. So bachon, will get what? Water or ice? Definitely this is ice and this is steam. The combination will be water. So 6 gram water at 40 degree Celsius. 6 gram water at 40 degrees Celsius. Option number C. Okay. Chalo, moving forward. One end of a uniform wire of length L, weight W, is attached rigidly to a point in the roof, and the weight W1 is suspended from its lower end. S is the area of the cross section, stress in the height 3L by 4. Let's draw the diagram, very simple diagram. This is a uniform wire, one end is fixed, another end is attached with a mass of weight W, right? Okay, wire of length L and weight W, okay, is attached to a point in the roof, and weight W1 is attached. Its mass is W and the mass, external mass which is attached is W1. Okay? If S is the area of cross section of the wire, if S is the area of cross section of the wire, the stress in the wire at a height 3L by 4 from its lower end. So height 3L by 4 from its lower end, how much this portion will experience the stress? That's what they are asking, bachcho. Right? So bachcho, first of all, how much will be the tension force in this 3L by 4 length wala wire? So bachcho, niche it will be its own weight, theek hai? So weight will be bachcho 3W by 4, and that will be equal to tension, because if tension is more, then the particle will go up, the wire will go up. If tension is less, the wire will break due to its own weight. So tension will be equal to 3W by 4. Baat sahi? Plus we already have a W1 attached. So bachcho, the stress will be, total tension force is 3W by 4 plus, due to the external weight W1 upon cross sectional area S. So let me write it as stress. So this will be the formula. Due to its own weight 3W by 4, due to the external weight W1, the total net force by cross sectional area. Option C. Simple mechanical properties of solid ka question, not a big deal. The constancy of binding energies in the range itna 30 se 170 is a consequence of fact that nuclear force is short range. Correct. We know that nuclear force is a short range force. We know that nuclear force is a short range force which is only valid up to 10 ki power minus 5 Fermi, and Fermi is a very, very small unit. So if the separation between two molecules increases from 10 ki power 5 Fermi, the nuclear force starts diminishing, and once there is a huge gap between them, the nuclear force will vanish. So this short range is very correct. It is a short range force. So nuclear force is the consequence of short range force. The assertion is correct. Let's see the reason. A particular nucleon inside a sufficiently large nucleus will be under the influence of only some of its neighbors, which comes within the range. Very true. Very true. Because if we see the nucleus, it will be like this. This is suppose our nucleus, and inside it there are so many nucleons. So suppose we study one particular nucleon, suppose we study this nucleon, okay? So only the neighboring nucleon will be able to apply force on it, because this force is short range. Hai na? So definitely this is the interatomic reason why nuclear force is a short range force, because nucleons only accept force from its neighboring very close nucleon. So reason is also correct. So both assertion and reason is correct. Option A. Option A. In alpha decay of nucleus, alpha particle coming out may have different value of kinetic energy. True. Alpha particle coming out will have different value of kinetic energy because of scattering, right? Because of scattering of alpha particle. Because of scattering of alpha particle, so many alpha particle is deviating at other angles, right? So what happens? This is the nucleus. An alpha particle will come like this, few will be like this, few will go back, few will be like this. So the deviation angle is different for every alpha particle, so their kinetic energy will also be different. It is true. Statement 1 is true. Now let's see statement 2. Statement 2 is saying that energy is randomly shared between daughter nuclei and alpha particle. Wrong. There is no energy being shared between daughter nuclei and alpha particle, and this does not lead to any random value. The random value is because of the nuclear force. That's it. The random value is because of the nuclear force, or it's the force which nucleus ka proton is applying on the alpha particle. Most precisely, not even nuclear force. It is the force which proton is applying, proton-proton interaction, due to which their kinetic energy is different. Because alpha particle is also helium 2 plus, right? So that's fine. Okay. So statement 1 is correct. Statement 2 is false. Option number C. Statement 1 is true. Statement 2 is false. A black body radiates heat at rate h1 while the wavelength corresponding to maximum radiation is 600 nanometer. A black body is radiating heat h1 when wavelength is 600 nanometer. If its heat radiation rate at wavelength 400 nanometer is h2, then h2 by h1 will be what? So now we have decreased the wavelength and the rate of heat is coming as h2. So they are asking what will be the relation of h1 and h2. है ना? So बच्चों, we know that h2 by h1 is equal to T2 by T1 ka whole square. We know this relation, right? Now this in turn is equal to lambda 1 ki power 4 upon lambda 2 ki power 4. This is your Wien's law. Remember? Wien's displacement curve, which you study in heat transfer, right? So this is your Wien's law, right? So lambda 1 by lambda 2 ki power 4, that implies lambda 1 is how much? 600. Lambda 2 is 400, right? So this and this got cancelled, power 4, yani 3 by 2 ki power 4, 1.5 ki power 4. So 1.5 ki power 4 will be how much? Let's see. Let's use the calculator. 1.5 ki power 4 will be 5.06. 5.06. Do we have any answer? Option number D. Option number D. 5.06 can be nearly be written is equal to 5. No, that's fine. Sorry. Next question. A photodiode operates in reverse bias. Does a photodiode operates in reverse bias, bachchon? It is the most general statement which we all know. It is true. Photodiodes always operates in reverse bias. So statement 1 is true. Now let's see statement number 2. Statement 2 is saying the fractional change due to photo effects on the minority carrier dominates reverse bias current, and it is thus more easily measurable. See what happens when there is a fractional change in photo effects, only minority current changes, and minority current changes the dominated reverse bias. What do we mean by that? Is that whenever there is a fractional change due to photo effects on the minority carrier, है ना? Whenever light falls on the minority carrier and there is a fractional change on the photo effects of the minority carrier, what happens? That it dominates the reverse bias current and thus becomes more easily measurable. and thus becomes more easily measurable because the minority carriers are not much, so it is easily measurable, and the fractional change as compared to the forward bias. So statement 1 is also true, statement 2 is also true, option number A is correct, right? Okay. Achha, in this diagram, we have to find the contact force. Okay, so first of all, let us find the combined acceleration. So the net force is 6 minus 1 upon mass is 3. So this becomes 5 by 3 meter per second square. This is the combined acceleration of the system. Right, bacho? This is the combined acceleration of the system, correct? Now, bacho, take any block. Suppose take this block and draw its FBD. So here one force will be applied F by the 1 kg. Here it is 6 Newton and it is going by 5 by 3 meters per second squared. So what will be its equilibrium equation? 6 minus F is equal to 2 into 5 by 3. So bachon, F will be equal to 6 minus 10 by 3. That means 18 by 3 minus 10 by 3, which is equal to 8 by 3 newtons. Option number C. This is a simple NLM question. A body sliding on the smooth inclined plane requires 4 seconds to reach the bottom starting from rest. How much time does it take to cover 1/4? See, this kind of question I think you have done a lot in kinematics. This is suppose our inclined plane, and suppose the angle is theta and there is a body like this going down, you know? So they're saying that it takes 4 seconds for them to reach the bottom, right? So suppose it starts from rest, so S is equal to half AT square, and suppose the entire distance is L, so L is equal to half. Now bacho, what will be the value of acceleration? So you can say that is very simple to find the value of acceleration along the inclined plane. It will be g sine theta. We all know that, right? Because mg, so here will be mg cos theta. Here it will be mg sine theta. And since mg sine theta is equal to ma, m got cancelled, a key value is g sine theta. So a we can substitute as g sine theta into t squared. First of all, let us find out how much time it will take to reach from top to bottom entirely. So it will be 2L by g sine theta ka square root. That will be your time. That will be your time. Okay. Now, bachon, we have to understand that they are asking how much time does it take to cover 1/4. Bachon, what do we mean by 1/4? 1/4 distance means L by 4, right? So L by 4 is equal to 1 by 2, again g sine theta into t square, right? That's what they are asking. That's what they are asking. Don't you think so? Don't you think so? Right? So what we can say, right? Suppose this L by 4 and this whole thing gets divided. Okay? Suppose this is your equation number 1 and this is your equation number 2. So if we divide equation number 1 and 2, if we divide equation number 1 and 2, what will be getting, bacho? Here it is L is equal to 1 by 2 g sine theta t square divided by L upon 4 is equal to 1 by 2 g sine theta into t square. Acha, the value of t was given. What? It was like given. Okay, so we did not need to find this. It was already given in the question, bacho, 4 seconds. So it's easy now. See. Now this is 4 seconds, bacho. So L se L got cancelled, 4 goes up, half se half got cancelled, G se G got cancelled, G sine theta se G sine theta got cancelled basically. So 4 will be equal to what, bacho? 4 will be equal to 4 square by t square. 4 will be equal to this 4 square by t square. So bacho, this will be leading to t is equal to 2 seconds. This was leading to t is equal to 2 seconds. Option number B. Okay. So this was not required because it was given in the question. This was not required because it was given in the question. Okay, cool. Chalo. A particle of mass 2 kg is moving at 5 meter per second in a given direction and is struck by an impulsive force F that deflects its direction of motion through 60 degree and doubles the magnitude of its velocity. A mass of 2 kg. It was initially moving at 5 meter per second in a given direction, is struck by an impulsive force. It was going like this. Aram se they were enjoying and going. Suddenly a guy came with an impulsive force and struck them. Okay? Like this. Suppose this is the impulsive force. Now, due to this, the direction of motion rotates through 60 degrees. Now, it has deflected by 60 degree, making an angle 60 degree with the horizontal. Now it goes like this. Initially it was going like this. Okay? And double हो गया, इसकी magnitude of velocity got doubled. So initially it was 5 meter per second. Now it becomes 10 meter per second. Okay? The same impulsive force is applied to a mass of 5 meter at rest. So what would be its initial resulting kinetic energy? Suppose if it was at rest, 2 kg mass, then what would have happened to its resulting kinetic energy? That's what they are asking, no bachcho? That's what they are asking. Okay, so we know that J is equal to mv impulse. We know J is equal to what? M into V. So suppose M is this, and this will be bachcho 10 cos 60, the component, and this will be 10 sin 60. So what will be the velocity in vector form? 10 cos 60 I cap. Okay. And if we take negative as positive, like this is x-axis, this is y-axis, suppose take that. So 10 sin 60 j cap, okay, minus mass into 5 I cap. It was going like this. Okay. So now, bachcho, what we can see here, this mass is 2 kg. 10 cos 60 is how much? Cos 60 is 1 by 2. So this becomes 5 I cap plus 5 root 3 j cap minus 2 into 5 is 10 I cap, right? 10 I cap. So, bachcho, this 10 I cap and this 10 I cap gets cancelled. So, resultant impulse is 5 root 3 j cap. That's what we got. Resultant impulse we got as 5 root 3 j cap. So, bachcho, 5 root 3 j cap means what? 5 root 3 j cap means what? Can we write it as m into 5 root 3, bachcho? Can we write it as mass into 5 root 3? Now, bachcho, 5m ko rearrange. So 5m into root 3, that means m into v. So, bachcho, v came as root 3 meter per second. This is the velocity, right? So, bachcho, for 5m mass, the kinetic energy will be half into its mass into its v square. है ना? So 1 by 2 into 5m into 3. So 5 is already there, 15 by 2. Right? What it will be? 15 by 2. That will be your answer. 15 by 2. That will be your answer. See now, 5 root 3 mv, right? So mass is 5, v is root 3, right? Directly, if we write it like this, leave this. If it is creating a confusion, bachcho, leave this. Just see this. Just have a look. This is mass and this is velocity. So mass is already, we know, 5m and this is root 3, right? So now if we just check for 5m mass, half m v square, the 15 by 2. This is your answer. Okay? So, moving forward, bachcho. Moving forward. A particle moves in xy plane under an action of force such that value of its linear momentum at any time is px is how much? 2 cos t. So if we write p in general, so 2 cos t I cap plus 2 sin t j cap, the angle between f and p at any time. Okay, so force, particle is acting in the xy plane. So force, how will we find? According to Newton's second law, bachcho, force is dp by dt. So let's differentiate it first, है ना? So this becomes minus 2 sine t plus 2 cos t, है ना? So minus 2 sine t I cap plus 2 cos t j cap. This will be our force. Don't you think so? Don't you think so? So bachcho, if we do dot product of force and momentum, so what will be the equation? Minus 2 sine t I cap plus 2 cos t j cap dot 2 cos t I cap plus 2 sine t j cap. So as we can see here, I dot I got 0 and this whole thing comes out as negative of minus 1, right? This whole thing comes out as 0. This whole thing comes out as 0. Can we see that? Can we see that? Because this becomes, chalo, let me solve it for you. Okay. Minus 4 sine t cos t plus 4 cos t sine t. The whole thing becomes 0. So if dot product of two vectors are 0, their angle are 90 degree. They are perpendicular to each other. If dot product of two vectors are 0, they are perpendicular to each other. So the angle between them will be 90 degrees. Angle between them will be 90 degrees. Okay. Moving forward. Speed of a transverse wave on a straight wire of mass 6 gram, length 60 centimeter, area of cross section 1.5 mm square is 90 meter per second. If the Young's modulus of the wire is 16 into 10 to the power 11 Newton per meter square, the extension of the wire due to its own length. See, whenever we have gotten a question from solid mechanics, no, it is mostly, wait. Question number 23 we did. Okay. Sorry, bacho. First we'll do question number 23. My bad. It was skipped. Question number 22 we did. 23. Suppose the intensity of a laser is 270 by pi watt per meter square. The RMS electric field associated with it. So, bacho, I is equal to, we know that formula, half epsilon naught E naught square into C. You know this formula? Half epsilon naught E naught square into C, where epsilon naught is relative permeability, E naught is the uniform electric field, normal electric field at the center, and C is the speed of the light, right? So we know all the values, right? And also we know that E RMS is what? E naught by root 2. We also know that E RMS is E naught by root 2. So that means here from E naught, what we can write the equation of E naught from here, bacho? We can write it as under root 2I by epsilon naught C, right? We can write it as 2I by epsilon naught C. So under root 2I by epsilon naught C into 2. 2 से 2 got cancelled, बच्चों. Under root I by epsilon naught C, है ना? So under root I is how much, बच्चों? ठीक है? Intensity is given as 270 by pi, ठीक है? And here epsilon naught is given as 8.85 into 10 to the power minus 11 into speed of light. So basically we don't need to solve it again. Okay, chalo. Let me do it for you. Into 10 to the power 11 into 3 into 10 to the power 8. You just have to solve this equation, bachcho. Just have to solve this equation. You will get your final answer. You just have to solve this equation. You will get your final answer. You'll get your final answer. Okay. Okay. Cool. So, chalo, do you want me to solve it? If you want, let me solve it. So, 3.14 into 8.86 into 10 to the power minus 12 into 8.86, 85, whatever, into 3. 3.14 into 8.85 into 3, this comes at 83.462. So 270 by 83.46. 10 की power minus 12, 10 की power 8, 10 की power minus 4 goes up, becomes 10 की power 4, goes up goes from the square root, becomes 10 की power 2. So 270 upon 83.46, it is root of 3.23 into 10 की power 4. Now, what will be the square root of this 1.47 into 10 की power 4? I know. So 1.47 into 2, so basically nearly equal to 147. That will be your answer. Nearly equal to 147. That will be your answer. Okay? Chalo. Now let's solve another one. Yeah, this we already solved. See, the speed of a transverse wave is given on a straight wire, length is given, area is given. Okay, Young's modulus is this, the extension. So T is equal to bachcho mu V square. We know the formula. And this should be equal to AY delta L by L, right? So bachcho, we know the value of mu, right? How much it is? Mass per unit length. है ना? Mass per unit length, तो 6 upon 60 into V square is 90 का square should be equal to 1.5 into 16 into 10 की power 11 into delta L by L. Delta L, so we have to find L is again 60 centimeters. Okay, just solve it, you will get the value of delta L. Just solve it, you will get the value of delta L. Remember this formula. Just solve this, you will get the value of delta L. So see, हो जाएगा ना? This will be done, right? This will be done or not? This will be done? Okay. So, question number 25. The electric potential in some region is expressed by V is equal to 6x minus 8xy square minus 8y plus 6yz in minus 4z square. ठीक है? So magnitude of force on the charge of 2 coulomb. So see, to find electric field, we have to do partial differentiation. So Ex will be dV by del V by del x. So del V by del x means apart from x, all the other variables y and z becomes constant. So this will be 6. This will be 2, 8, 16. And x के respect में we are doing. So 6 minus 16 into y. So basically this becomes 6 minus 16y. That will be the value. So now we are doing it at origin. So if we are doing it at origin, so with a minus sign also obviously. So this y becomes 0 because we are doing it at origin. Matlab x comma y comma z is 0 comma 0. So this comes as minus 6 I cap. Okay, bachcho. Now Ey is minus del v upon del y. That means y is our variable, x and z is constant. So this becomes 0. This will be what? Y square. So 8x into 2. 16x minus 16x. 8 into 2, 16. 16x. This becomes minus 8. Okay. And this becomes plus 6z. Right. So, bachcho, as we can know that, as we can see that, just give me a second. Just give me a second, bachcho. Here, I think we have made some mistake. Wait. Del V by del Y. So del V by del Y means 6x is a constant. So 0. Okay? And with a negative sign, obviously. Minus 8x is our constant. So we'll come out of the differential operator. And this will become 2y. Right? So 8x into 2y. Minus 8, this 8y ka differentiation, plus 6z, that will be your thing. So 8x, now bachcho, at 0, 0, 0, this becomes 0, this whole thing becomes 0. Now this 8 will be there, this z will be 0, so this will be minus 8 j cap. This will be minus 8 j cap. And Ez will be minus del V by del Z. So minus del V by del Z, this is 0, this is 0, this is 0. this is plus 6y minus 8z, है ना? This is plus 6y minus 8z. So बच्चों 6y becomes 0, 8z. Okay, right? So del v by del z, how much we will be getting, बच्चों? Del v by del z, how much we will be getting? This becomes 0, bachcho. This whole thing is a constant 0. This is a 0. This becomes 6y. Again 0, 0, it becomes 0. Minus 4z square is there. So 4 to the 8z. है ना? So it will be 8k cap. Right? 8k cap. Okay? 8k cap. Minus 8k cap. So now, bachcho, magnitude of field will be what? It will be 36 plus 64 plus 64. How much it is? 64 plus 64 plus 36. Under root 164 is 12.80. So basically, nearly equal to 13 volts per meter. This will be your answer. Nearly equals to 13 volts per meter. This will be your answer. Let me recheck the calculation first. Ex del v by del x, 6 minus 6. This will be 16y. So this is minus 6. Okay. Ey 0, 16x. Enough? So this will be 16x. Okay. So this will also be 0 if I say. So then 8 and 6z 0, 0. So 8j cap. Okay. Perfect. And z 0, 0, 0, 0, 6. 6y 0 minus 8z. So yeah, minus 8z is also 0. Okay, z should not come, no, it should be a constant. Yeah, okay, got it. So bachcho, let me do a major correction here. See, we are finding it at origin. So at origin means 0, 0, 0. So Ez will be 0, bachcho. Why? Because see, the Ez will come as minus 8z and z itself will going to be 0. So this will be 0. Now, in del v by del y, if we redo it, there's some issue with this question, but the data is not properly given, but we'll solve it, don't worry. Okay? Del v by del y, so 6x, if we are doing with respect to y, it is a constant, so 0. Minus 16x into y, 0, 0, again 0. Minus 8, this will be the value with a negative sign, bachcho, and plus 6yz, so y is a constant, 6z, right? So plus 6z, then again 0, and this becomes 0. So bachcho, this will be minus 8j cap, right? This will be minus 8j cap. So 6i cap minus 8j cap, that will be your thing. So bachcho, 64 plus 36, it is nothing but, bachcho, 64 plus 36 is nothing but 100. So E will come as under root 64 plus 36, which is under root 100. So 10 volts per meter. This is your answer. Okay, cool. So yeah, bachcho, this is all about it. ठीक है ना? Thank you very much. Take care. Bye bye. I hope to see you in the next one. Thanks.
Hello everyone. So we will be solving some questions of the test. The first question says that in complex, the complex is given to you as chromium, NH3 4, BrCl, and in the ionization sphere also there is one chloride ion. The spin-only magnetic moment is close to 1.73 Bohr's magneton, and the statement 2 says that all known mononuclear octahedral complexes of chromium 3, irrespective of the strength of the ligand field, must have 3 unpaired electrons. All right. So we'll find out if these statements are true or not, which statement is true and which statement is false. Okay. So first of all, let's deal with the complex. We know that this part of the complex is actually the coordination sphere, and this part of the complex is considered as the ionization sphere, right? If you talk about this particular complex, it has a complex cation and a simple anion, right? So this complex can also be written as Cr. We have NH3. How many ammonia molecules? 4, then we have bromine, and we have chlorine. This chlorine is a part of ionization sphere. It will go out, it will get ionized in the form of chloride ion, and a positive charge will come on the complex, right? So here, can you find out what is the oxidation state of chromium? The oxidation state of chromium, X. Ammonia is a neutral ligand. Bromine and chlorine, they bear -1 charge, right? So -1 and again -1, right? So it would be overall charge of the complex would be +1, correct? So it would be X minus 2, right, is equals to +1. X will become equal to, this -2 will go here, X will come out to be +3. Oxidation state of chromium in this particular complex is +3. So chromium in +3 oxidation state, right? All the octahedral molecules, all the octahedral complexes of chromium, without considering the strength of the ligand, will be having 3 unpaired electrons. That is the part of your second statement. Let's find out. If the oxidation state of chromium is +3, what would be the electronic configuration of chromium? What would be the electronic configuration of chromium? Atomic number of chromium would be 24. Electronic configuration will be what would be the electronic configuration? See, when we have this is your chromium, right? Its atomic number is 24. Okay, atomic number is 24. The electronic configuration would be for chromium 3d and 4s, right? 3d and 4s. 3d subshell will be having how many electrons? 5 electrons. It has got 5 electrons. Half filled configuration you have for chromium, and 4s would be 1. 4s would be 1 and 3d 5. Why? Because half filled subshells are more stable, right? So chromium will have electronic configuration as 3d 5, 4s1. Now if you want, what do we have? We have chromium +3, means it has lost 3 electrons. Those 3 electrons, first of all, the electron would be taken out from the outermost shell. The outermost shell here is the 4s subshell, right? So from here, the electron will move. This is 1 electron, and 2 electrons from 5 will from the 3d subshell will also go out. So what will you be left with? Chromium 3 positive. The electronic configuration would be 3d, 2 electrons and 1 electron. 3 electrons are gone. So for here you will be having 3 electrons. So it would be 3d3, right? 3d subshell will have 3 unpaired electrons, right? That is why statement 2 is also a correct statement. Statement 1 is saying that the spin only magnetic moment is close to 1.73. Spin only magnetic moment. What do we understand by the magnetic moment in case of complexes or in case of atoms? Magnetic moment is arise because of the movement, right? Rotational movement of the electrons, and electrons here are performing electron. If you consider an atom, in an atom, electrons perform 2 types of motion. One is the spinning. They spin. The electrons keep on spinning around their own axis, right? And the another motion, another rotation is they are rotating around the nucleus. The classical model that we have studied about the structure of atoms says that electrons keep on revolving around the nucleus and they have their own spin also. We compare it to the solar system, right? The atom of the structure is compared to the solar system. The electrons are revolving around their own axis, like the different planets that are revolving around their own axis, and they are also revolving around the sun. Here also the electrons are also revolving around the nucleus and they are spinning around their own axis. So 2 types of magnetic moments are generated. One is because of the spin of the electron, which is called as a spin only magnetic moment, and the another one is because of the revolution around the nucleus, which is considered as the orbital. The orbital would be, electrons would be present in the orbital and the orbitals would be moving, right? So it is considered as the orbital contribution to the overall magnetic moment. Okay, so 2 things are determining the magnetic moment of a given complex or of a given atom. All right, one is the spin of electron, another is the orbital momentum. Okay, So here we are considering only spin magnetic moment, and spin magnetic moment, spin of electron, spin of one electron is, we used to write it as the spin quantum number -12 and +12, right? Two electrons occupying the same orbital will never have the same spin, right? They will always combine, or they will always pair in opposite spins. So here only the unpaired electrons would be giving you the spin contribution. Spin only magnetic moment would be related to the unpaired electrons. If the electrons are paired up, the overall spin will become 0, because one would be spinning in +12 and the another would be -12. So that would become 0, right? That is where for only unpaired electrons we will be finding. And how many unpaired electrons do we have in chromium +3? 3 unpaired electrons. So the value of spin only magnetic moment will come out to be 3 point something. 3 point something. The number of electrons, how many unpaired electrons are there, that and a little bit higher value than that would be the spin only magnetic moment. There is a formula for calculating the magnetic moment. What was that? In Bohr's magneton, unit is Bohr's magneton, √n into n+2, right? That is the formula that we use. So statement 1 becomes wrong because it is saying 1.73, but the spin only magnetic moment would come out to be 3 point something. It could be 3.7, 3.8 or something, right? It would be 3 point something because it has 3 unpaired electrons. Correct? So statement 1 is wrong and statement 2 is true, which makes option D as the correct answer for this question. Bohr's magneton is the unit for determining or for measuring the magnetic moment. It is n into n+2. Spin only magnetic moment can be given by the formula. You can write it here as μs. We write this small s to indicate that it is the spin only magnetic moment, is equals to √n into n+2, and the unit would be bm, that is Bohr's magneton. You can write that m in capitals. All right. Next question. Okay, in next question what do we have? It is a diol. Does it look like a diol to you? Two OH groups are present on adjacent carbons, right? So it is going to be a diol. Now what we are giving? Concentrated acid, H2SO4. So H2SO4 will definitely cause protonation. Protonation will take place. First step would be protonation and then carbocation formation. Do you recall? Protonation will take place and carbocation would be formed. Now we have two places where protonation can take place, either at this position or at this position, right? Both the places are there where we can have protonation. So which one would be favored? The one which will lead to the formation of a more stable carbocation, right? The one which will lead to the formation of more stable carbocation, that would be formed. See, what carbocations will we get? This carbon will get a positive charge. If you do protonation here, this would be the first one, right? And you will have a OH over here. This is something like this, and it is something like this. This is the first one. If you do the protonation at the second position, then what carbocation will you get? At this position, both these carbocations are primary, secondary or tertiary? How many what type of carbocation this is? It is bonded by carbon atoms on 1, 2 and 3 side. It is a tertiary carbocation. Yes. And this one, it is also bonded to other carbon atoms on 3 side. This is also tertiary. How to compare the stability? Hyperconjugation. You can count the alpha hydrogens. How many alpha hydrogens here? This group would be CH3. This is the alpha carbon and these are the alpha hydrogens. This would be also CH3. This is also the alpha carbon having 3 hydrogens. What about this carbon? This carbon is already forming 4 bonds. No hydrogen is there. So how many alpha carbons? Alpha hydrogen. We have 6 alpha hydrogens here. For that compound, how many alpha hydrogens? This carbon is alpha carbon, but it does not have any hydrogen. So nothing we will count. Here you have 3 alpha hydrogens, right? And here you have just 2 alpha hydrogens. 3 plus 2, 5 alpha hydrogen. Which one will be formed? This one will be more stable. This carbocation will be more stable. So we will have carbocation formation at this place. Correct? After carbocation formation, what will happen? Migration of the alkyl group. What alkyl group do we have? We have ethyl groups on the both side. One of the ethyl group will migrate and the carbocation would be formed here, and then oxygen will give its lone pair, right? Oxygen will form a double bond. It will get converted into carbonyl carbon, correct? So which option do you think would be the correct answer? Which option do you think would be the correct answer? See, what would be formed? This carbocation we will be forming. Now, ethyl group will migrate. I have reduced the number of. Just a minute. Now this is correct, right? Now I've drawn the correct structure, right? So both are ethyl groups, CH2CH3, CH2CH3. One of the ethyl group will migrate, ethyl shift, right? 1,2 ethyl shift. This will take away the electrons of this bond and will migrate at this carbocation, right? What will you get? Carbon here, and there would be the ethyl group, and at this particular carbon, positive charge, we have the another ethyl group, and here you have the OH. Oxygen would be having the lone pair. It will give away the lone pairs over here, and it will get converted into the carbonyl group, right? So what will you get? Carbon, one of the ethyl group, the two methyl groups over here, this carbon, we have O, and this structure would be the final product. Agree? Which option does it match? Is it option A? You can match it with option A. Yes, it would be option A. Clear? Let's move ahead. Third question. In a 0.2 molar aqueous solution of a weak acid HX, the degree of ionization is given to you as 0.3. Taking the Kf for water as 1.85, the freezing point of the solution will be nearest to. We have to find out the freezing point. Now here what is given to us? We know that delta Tf or the depression in the freezing point will be equal to Kf into m. But that is applicable for non-associating and non-dissociating type of solutes, right? Here what do we have? We have a weak acid HX. So HX will undergo dissociation. In water, HX will undergo dissociation according to the degree of dissociation, that is alpha, right? So here the formula gets modified and a factor gets introduced. What is that factor? The want of factor, right? So delta Tf will get converted into, the formula will get converted into the introduction of the want of factor, right? This is the want of factor. How do we find out the want of factor? What is want of factor? It is because, see, this is your colligative property will depend upon the number of moles, right? It will depend upon the number of moles or the number of particles. Why we are introducing HX over here? For HX, if you dissolve HX, that is a weak acid, into water, it will produce H plus and X minus ions, right? So 1 mole, you take 1 mole of HX, right? 1 mole of HX, it is going to produce 2 moles of ions, right? It will get, 1 mole will get converted into 2 moles, correct? Right? So it will definitely get converted into 2 moles. But here we know that it is a weak acid, so it will not undergo complete dissociation. It will dissociate according to the degree of dissociation, that is the value of alpha, which is already given to us as 0.3. So we have to relate the want of factor and alpha, that is the degree of dissociation. Do we have a formula for this? Yes, of course we have a formula for this, and I hope by now you would have recalled. I is equals to 1 plus n minus 1 into alpha, right? What is n? The number of moles which are getting produced. 1 mole of HX was producing 2 moles of ions. So the value of n for HX here would be 2. Why the value of n is 2? Because HX, the weak acid, will produce 2 moles of ions. 1 H plus, and another would be your X minus. So there are 2 ions are being produced per mole, right? So that's why the value of N would be 2 over here. The value of alpha is given to you. We can easily calculate the value of want-off factor. Putting the values, want-off factor will come out to be 1.3. 1 plus N minus 1 alpha. What is N? The number of ions that are being produced. Okay, if it is a dissociation, definitely N would be increasing. Correct? So here for 1 mole of HX, we will be getting 2 moles of the respective ions. So alpha, the want-off factor will come out to be 1.3. Now we have to just put the values. That is delta TF is equals to depression in freezing point is equals to want-off factor into this is want-off factor I, Kf into M. The value of Kf is also given, that is 1.85, right? And the value of concentration is also given to us as 0.2. So just put the values, you will get the value for delta Tf, that is 0.481 degrees Celsius. Change that is coming out to be 0.481. Now we know that delta Tf is equals to depression in freezing point is going to be equal to the difference of the freezing points of the solvent and the solution, right? TF of solvent minus TF of solution. The value, you know, the TF of solution we have to find out. So what do we do about this solvent? Solvent was water. Freezing point of water is 0 degrees Celsius. So 0 minus TF of freezing point of the solution will be equal to delta TF. So we can easily find out the freezing point of the solution, right? Solution will come out to be minus 0.481 degrees Celsius. That would be minus 0.481 degrees Celsius. The pure solvent had a freezing point of 0 degrees Celsius, and after the addition of the solute, that was your weak acid HX, the freezing point of the solution has been reduced. That's why we call it depression. And by how much it is reduced? 481 degrees Celsius. So this is called as the depression in freezing point. And after being reduced from 0 to 0, from 0, initially it was 0, it has reduced by this factor, it has converted into minus 0.481. So this would be the freezing point of the solution. Clear? Are we good? Next question. Yes, the correct answer would be this. The freezing point of the solution will be nearest to, right? The freezing point of the solution is being asked. So they are not asking about delta TF. They are asking freezing point of solution. Correct? They are asking the freezing point of the solution. So that will come out to be minus 0.480 degrees Celsius. Okay. Next question. The correct order of bond angles, smallest first in H2S, ammonia, BF3 and SiH4. We have to find out the bond order of, we have to find out the order of bond angles. So what do we have? We have H2S. H2S is a Dragos molecule, right? Ammonia, BF3 and SiH4, we can find out their respective hybridizations. From there we'll get the idea of bond angles also. So H2S is a Dragos molecule. And Dragos molecules, the s orbitals will not participate into hybridization. The bond formation will take place with the help of pure p orbitals, right? And the bond angles are approximately equal to bond angle approximately equal to 90 degrees, right? So for H2S, the bond angle will be 90 degree. What about an ammonia? Ammonia is, hybridization of ammonia would be 5 electrons in the outermost shell of nitrogen plus 3 univalent species. Divide by 2, that would be 4. Steric number is 4. Steric number is 4. Hybridization would be sp3. How many bond pairs and how many lone pairs? Steric number is equal to the sum of the bond pairs and lone pairs, right? Steric number is equals to bond pairs and lone pairs. How many bond pairs? 3 bond pairs, right? How many surrounding atoms we have? That is 3. 3 hydrogen are there, so 3 bond pairs are there. How many lone pair would be there? 4 is equals to 3 plus lone pair, correct? Bond pair plus lone pair, so lone pair would be 1. So the structure of ammonia, the arrangement would be 4 plus 1 type of molecule. 4 plus 1 type of molecule means nitrogen will be having a pyramidal geometry. And this lone pair is present in sp3 hybrid orbital, correct? Pyramidal geometry. sp3 hybridization indicates towards tetrahedral geometry. The shape would be pyramidal because of lone pair bond pair repulsions, right? So expected bond angle was, according to sp3, 109.4 degrees, right? But the real bond angle would be less. because of the lone pairs. The lone pairs would be repelling the bond pairs, right? It would be lesser than 109. Now, another molecule we have is BF3. What is BF3? Boron. Boron has how many electrons in the outermost shell? How many electrons in the outermost shell? 3 electrons. Right? 3 electrons in the outermost shell. So it would be 3 plus how many univalent species? We have 3 univalent species. 3 plus 3 divided by 2. The steric number will come out to be, what would be the steric number? 3. 3. Hybridization would be sp2. Steric number is 3. Hybridization associated would be sp2. Geometry that is expected is trigonal planar. What is the arrangement? How many bond pairs and how many lone pairs? Bond pairs. Steric number is the sum total of bond pairs and lone pairs. Correct? So bond pairs, here how many bond pairs? 3 bond pairs are already there. So 0 lone pair, right? So it would be a type of ideal geometry. It would be a perfect trigonal trigonal planar structure. And in trigonal planar structure, the bond angle is equal to 120 degrees. So for BF3, the bond angle would be 120 degree. For ammonia, it was somewhat less than 109.4 degrees, right? So for BF3, it would be, this is approximately 90. This is going to be less than 109. This is going to be 120. What about SiH4? SiH4 would be a perfect tetrahedral, just like CH4. It would be a perfect tetrahedral, and hence what will be having, the bond angle would be 109. The bond angle would be 109 degree, 4 minutes, correct? That would be a perfect tetrahedral. How perfect tetrahedral? Silicon has outermost SiH4. It has 4 electrons in the outermost shell plus 4 univalent species. Divide by 2. Steric number will come out to be 4. 4, it means sp3 hybridization. sp3 hybridization refers to tetrahedral geometry. sp3 hybridization refers to tetrahedral geometry. Tetrahedral geometry, and what type of arrangement it is? 4 plus 0. There is 0 lone pair. All are bond pairs. Ideal geometry. So it would be, the bond angle would be equal to 109 degree, 4 minutes. Okay. Now we can arrange into them into the orders. We have found out the bond order for almost of all of them. We can arrange. H2S would be having minimum bond angle, then ammonia, then this is perfect tetrahedral, so it would be 109. This is going to be 120. This is going to be less than 109, but definitely more than 90 degrees, right? H2S would be having 90 degrees. Okay, this is wrong. It would be approximately 90 degrees. It could be 91, 92, not more than that. Okay, not 104.5 nahi hoga. It won't be 104.5. It would be approximately 90 degrees. Okay, because it is a Dragos compound, pure p orbitals would be participating, and p orbitals are oriented along the x-axis, y-axis and z-axis, px, py and pz. S orbitals will refuse to participate into hybridization because the electronegativity of hydrogen is very less, and sulfur has lone pairs present on it. Okay, this is a Dragos molecule. Water is sp3 hybridized, right? Water, H2O is sp3 hybridized, but if you talk about H2S, H2TE, right? H2SE, these all would be your Dragos compounds. All their bond angles would be approximately 90 degrees. Next question. Compound D gives Lucas reagent test. Identify the compound E. Okay. All right. So we have, what is this? Toluene. KMNO4, an alkaline medium followed by hydrolysis. Oxidation step. Yes, KMNO4 will be responsible for oxidation. It will get converted into carboxylic acid. Right. So your A would be this. Toluene will get converted into benzoic acid upon oxidation. KMNO4 would be used for oxidation. Then what do we have? Another reagent, SOCl2, thionyl chloride. Thionyl chloride is used as chlorinating agent, right? It is used as the chlorinating agent. So what will happen? the reaction would be, this is your benzoic acid, SOCl2, chlorinating agent will replace this OH group with chlorine. What will you get? What is this? Benzoyl chloride, benzoyl chloride. This is compound B. Okay, and then H2PDBaSO4, benzoyl chloride and H2PDBaSO4. What is this reduction? Is it reduction? There is a name to this reduction. Rosenmund? Okay, what do we get? Benzoyl chloride will get converted into, yes, benzoyl chloride will get converted into what? Upon Rosenmund reduction, CHO, aldehyde, yes or no? And then aldehydes in presence of concentrated base. Which aldehyde will you get? This is Rosenmund reduction. If this is Rosenmund reduction, then your benzoyl chloride will get converted into Rosenmund reduction will lead to the formation of benzaldehyde. CHO group, right? This is your benzaldehyde. Now the second step of the reaction was that this benzaldehyde was subjected to, what was the reaction given? Benzaldehyde was concentrated NaOH. What type of aldehyde is benzaldehyde? Do we have, see, concentrated base is given to you with benzaldehyde. Does it have any alpha hydrogen? If there is alpha hydrogen, then acid-base reaction will take place. Do we have any alpha hydrogen? No, right? No alpha hydrogen. Aldehydes without any alpha hydrogen in presence of a concentrate base give what type of reaction? Cannizzaro reaction. Cannizzaro reaction is the reaction given by the aldehydes which do not have the alpha hydrogens. Carbonyl compounds without alpha hydrogen will give Cannizzaro reaction. The ones with alpha hydrogen will give aldol. Correct? So here Cannizzaro reaction will take place. It also takes place in presence of a base. Nucleophilic attack of base on the carbonyl carbon. Correct? What will you get? The products in Cannizzaro reaction are alcohol, and along with alcohol what do we get? Sodium salt of the acid, right? The sodium salts of the acid, whatever base if you are taking, generally we take sodium hydroxide, sometimes potassium hydroxide also is there. So you will get sodium salt of the acid and the respective alcohol. Now what was the question? The question says that D gives Lucas test. Lucas test is given by primary alcohols. So D is definitely an alcohol. D is definitely an alcohol. What alcohol? Produced from benzaldehyde. So that alcohol would be CH2OH, right? It would be your primary alcohol. All right. That will give you Lucas test. What about option E? That would be the sodium salt, right? That would be the sodium salt. So sodium salt would be option A only. This is the sodium salt. Correct? So the correct answer for this question has to be option A. These are the options. This would be your compound E. This would be your compound D. D is the alcohol. Correct? Alcohol will be responsible for the Lucas test. And option A becomes the correct answer for this question. Clear? Done? Next question. At what temperature will the following process not be spontaneous at 1 bar? The pressure is given to you as 1 bar. You have to find out the temperature at which this process will become non-spontaneous. So for spontaneity, what do we have? We have delta H, we have delta S, and we have delta G values. Correct? We have all these values. What is the relation between delta G, delta H? Delta G is equals to delta H minus T delta S, right? That relation you will apply. The value of delta G is given to you, the value of delta H is given to you, the value of delta S is given to you, the temperature we will find out. That temperature, up to that temperature, the process would be spontaneous. Any temperature above that temperature, the process will become non-spontaneous. Okay? The relation would be delta G is equals to delta H minus T delta S. You'll put the values and you'll get the value for temperature. We'll find out the value of temperature for this from this relation, that at what temperature the process is going to be spontaneous. Delta G is given to you as negative, right? Negative delta G represents a spontaneous process. So you'll find out the value of temperature. At that temperature, or we can say up to that temperature, the entire process would be spontaneous, correct? Any temperature higher than that temperature, the process will become non-spontaneous. All right, so you just put the values and you will get the answer. Delta G is equals to minus 23.8, delta H is given to you. So minus 23.8 minus 20, delta H is given to you in kilojoules. Okay, so you'll convert it into joules. Convert it into joules. So into 1000 you will do. Temperature value will find out. Delta S given to you as minus 50 joule per Kelvin. Put the values, you will get the value of temperature, right? Upon solving the question, the value of temperature will come out to be 399.52. So up to this temperature, the temperature value 399.52, up to this temperature, the process would be spontaneous. Any temperature which is above 399, the process will become non-spontaneous. So for spontaneous process, okay, up to here the process would be spontaneous, and above the temperature it will become non-spontaneous. At what temperature the process would be non-spontaneous? Any temperature above 399.52. This is below, this is below, this is below. This is above 399. So here the process will become non-spontaneous. Okay. Next question. The reagent is given to you, and okay, what is this acid? CH3COOH, acetic acid, 1 mole is given to you in presence of an acidic medium. And what do we have on the other side? We have alcohol. So alcohol reacts with acid in acidic medium, a special type of reaction called as esterification reaction. This is your esterification reaction. Where will ester be formed? 1 mole is given, so only one mole of OH, the ester would be formed. Where? Ester would be formed on sterically less hindered alcohol. The alcohol which is less sterically hindered will get converted, the OH group which is sterically less hindered will get converted into the ester functional group. So this is your primary alcohol. This is your primary alcohol. This one is your tertiary alcohol. This alcohol is tertiary, 3 sides. Right? So it is your tertiary alcohol. So tertiary alcohol are sterically more hindered. Correct? So first, this will get converted into esteric functional group. What would be the esteric functional group? COCH3. Correct? So option B will become the correct answer for this question. Esterification reaction. Yes, option B is the correct answer for this question. It will take place on the primary alcohol. Sorry, secondary alcohol. This was your secondary alcohol. The carbon was bonded to 2 other carbons. So this is your secondary alcohol, right? This carbon and this carbon. It is a secondary carbon. Degree of alcohol is decided on the basis of the carbon to which OH group has been attached, right? If it is attached to primary carbon, then primary alcohol. Secondary carbon, then secondary alcohol. Tertiary carbon, then tertiary alcohol. What about amines? In case of amines, how do we do that? Amines are ammonia derivative. If 1 hydrogen of ammonia has been replaced by carbon, it would be primary amine. If 2 hydrogens of ammonia are replaced by the carbon chain, then it would be a secondary amine. If all the 3 hydrogens of ammonia have been replaced by the carbon chain, it would become a tertiary amine. It is not exactly like, it is not dependent on the degree of carbon. Okay, for amines it is not dependent upon the degree of carbon. For alcohols it is dependent upon the degree of carbon. Alright, so yes, option B will become the correct answer for this question. You will get a ester. Rate of esterification is inversely proportional to the steric hindrance. More steric hindrance, slower will be the esterification process. That is why at the secondary alcohol you will get the ester if you have only 1 mole of acid. Question number 8. Which of the following statement is true for iO2 F2 minus according to Vesper theory? Alright, the lone pair and 2 IO double bonds occupy the equatorial position of trigonal bipyramid. B, it has sp3d hybridization and is T-shaped. C, its structure is analogous to SF4. And D, option A and C both. Alright, we'll have to find it out. How will we start? We'll start with the hybridization. So we'll find out the hybridization of iO2 F2 minus. The central atom is iodine having 7 electrons in the outermost shell. How many univalent species we have? Only 2 univalent species. 2 fluorine atoms are there. Charge is a negative charge. So it will get add up. You will have +1 divided by 2. What will you get? 7 plus 2, 9. 9 plus 1, 10. 10 by 2, 5. The steric number will come out to be 5. Steric number is 5. The hybridization would be sp3d. sp3d hybridization, it would be trigonal bipyramidal geometry, right? Trigonal bipyramidal geometry. Now, looking at the steric number, we have to identify how many number of lone pairs are there and how many number of bond pairs are there. So, steric number, lone pairs plus bond pairs. How many bond pairs? 2 and 2, 4 bond pairs are there. So, definitely there would be 1 lone pair. There are 4 bond pairs and 1 lone pair. It is going to be a 4 plus 1 type of arrangement, right? 4 plus 1 type of arrangement. What would be the shape according to Vesper theory? K shape. K shape. It would be K shape. This is your iodine. This would be the K shape and there would be 1 lone pair. Right? Okay. Now, fluorine and oxygen. Trigonal bipyramidal geometry. How will we decide which one goes on the equatorial position and which one goes on the axial position? How do we decide that? On the basis of Bent rule, right? So, fluorine will occupy the axial positions because the bond angle is less. Bond angle is less, the percent S character is less, right? And equatorial position, the bond angle is 120. So, percent S character is more, right? So, it will go with oxygen. Oxygen would be forming a double bond. So, this would be the structure of your iO2 F2 minus, okay? So, here the oxygens are occupying the equatorial position. The lone pair and 2 IO double bonds occupy the equatorial positions of trigonal bipyramid. Yes, this statement is correct. It has sp3d hybridization and is T-shape. No, this is not T-shape. You can call it as K-shape, okay? This is K-shape, or you can call it as seesaw shape. K-shape or seesaw shape, right? So statement B is wrong. Its structure is analogous to SF4. SF4 we'll have to figure out. Let's find out what is SF4. SF4. Sulfur outermost shell has 6 electrons. Fluorine 4 univalent species. 6 plus 4 by 2, that will give you 5. That will be again sp3d. sp3d. sp3d and again it is a 4 plus 1 type of arrangement. 4 plus 1 type of arrangement means it would be K-shape. K-shape or seesaw shape. Yes, iO2 F2 minus and SF4 are having similar shape. We can call them isostructural. Analogous, right? Structure is analogous to SF4. It can be used like this. The statement can be framed like this. Or we can use that iO2 F2 minus is isostructural with SF4. The structures are same. Okay. So yes, this statement is also true, which makes option D as your correct answer. Yes, here you can see this is sp3d, seesaw shape. Seesaw is something like this only, na? This would be the stand, 2 kids would be sitting here, and then this would be the fulcrum, they will be moving up and down. So this is your seesaw shape, okay? And we can call it as K shape also. It looks like a K, right? You can call it as ulta K. Okay, so option D would be the correct answer for this. Next question. Identify C in the reaction. Okay, C is the final product. We have to identify the final product. All right, what do we have? Toluene, and we have NH2 group. Amine, right? It is an amine, and reaction is taking place with NaNO2 and HCl. Does it ring the bell? What will you get? Diazonium chloride, right? HCl is there, so diazonium chloride salt would be there. You will get this NH2 will get converted into N2Cl. So A would be, the CH3 would remain as it is. It will get converted into N2 positive and Cl minus. Diazonium chloride. Diazonium chlorides are very less stable. You heat it, nitrogen gas will move out, right? N2 gas would be released, correct? And it will get converted into the respective. If you are heating it in presence of water, OH will come in the place of N2. What will you get as B? The product B would be the CH3, and you will get OH over here, right? This much part is clear. NaNO2 or HCl, you can also write it as HNO2, right? HNO2 could also be given. Both the cases we will get diazonium chlorides, correct? Diazonium chloride would be formed. Diazonium chlorides are less stable. Nitrogen is a gas, right? It will move out. Removal of a neutral molecule is spontaneous. A little bit heat you will provide to this reaction and nitrogen gas will move out. The neutral molecule will move out and you will have OH in place of that. Okay? Water as a nucleophile will attack and it will get converted into hydroxyl group. Now what is the next part of the reaction? CHCl3, that is chloroform, with potassium hydroxide. A little bit heat and then dilute acid is given to you. Does it ring a bell? What reaction is this? What set of reagents? This set of reagents will indicate towards Reimer-Timan reaction. Do you recall? What will be this? It would be leading to the formation of dichlorocarbene, right? And the product in case of Reimer-Timan reaction is orthohydroxy benzaldehydes. Yes or no? Will you get orthohydroxy benzaldehyde in case of Reimer-Timan reaction? CHCl3 and KOH. It will produce what? Dichlorocarbene. This was the intermediate produced in your Reimer-Timan reaction. Correct? The final product would be orthohydroxy benzaldehydes, right? Orthohydroxy benzaldehyde. So, ortho position to the hydroxy group, you will have CHO. The CH3 will remain as it is. This is your OH. So, at this position, you will have the CHO group. Do we have a product like this? Yes, we have a product in the options. Option A. Final product would be that. Are we good? Option A would be the correct answer. This is Reimer-Timan reaction, correct? Option A will be the correct answer for this question. Question 10. When a hydrate of Na2CO3 is heated until all the water is removed, it loses 54.3% of its mass. The formula of the hydrate is, okay, so Na2CO3 dot, you have Na2CO3, that is your sodium carbonate, dot some amount of hydration, water of hydration. When you heat it, it loses 54.3% of its mass. From this statement, we can say that this component is making 54.3% of the total mass of this carbonate, right? Percentage composition you can utilize to find out the mass of Na2CO3, correct? So when you heat it, X amount of water will be removed. So 54% would be equal to 54.3% would be equal to the mass of water molecules, the mass of the element, right, upon the mass of total mass of the compound. Total mass of the compound would be equal to mass of Na2CO3 plus mass of water molecules. We don't know how many water molecules are there, so you can take it as 18 into X, right? Correct? 18 into x plus mass of Na2CO3 would be the total mass, and 18 into x would be the mass of water which is present, and this percentage is given to you as 54.3%. So you can write it as 54.3 upon 100. We can calculate the value of x. Yes, using this relation we can calculate the value of x. This is the mass, the percentage composition. This entire formula is the percentage composition of water in Na2CO3 dot XH2O compound. Clear? You can calculate the value of x from here. It will come out to be 7, which means the formula would be Na2CO3 dot 7H2O. Are we good? Option B would be the correct answer. You will find out the value of x, that would be 7. Next question. Which of the following actinoid elements contain no electron in 6d subshell? Okay, which of them do not have an electron in 6d subshell? So you have to consider the general electronic configuration of F block elements. What is it? General electronic configuration of your F block elements? N-2, F1 to 14, N-1D, 0 to 10, NS2. Does it ring a bell? You write down the inert gas, then N-2, F1 to 14, number of electrons, and then NS 0 to 2. Correct? So this is electronic configuration based question. The answer would be americium. Americium would have radon 5F7 6S2. No, it would be 5F7 7S2, not 6S2. It is the member of 7th period. Okay, it would be 7S2. All right. 5F7 7S2, and it will not have any electron in 6d subshell. Okay. N-2 F 1 to 14, and then you will have NS2. Okay. This would be the correct configuration for americium. Next question. What will be the pH of 1% weight by weight aqueous solution of salt NaA, given that Ka of Ha is 10 to the power minus 6. All right. So NaA is a salt. Salt of a strong acid? No. Salt of a strong base and weak acid. How would it have been formed? There is a weak acid whose Ka value is given to you. So Ha, and there would have been a strong base because we have sodium, right? So it would be sodium hydroxide. It could be, right? So the reaction would be water and salt. So sodium salt, this is the sodium salt, along with it water. Now it is being asked, you have to find out the pH of the salt. So what type of salt it is? Weak acid, strong base type of salt. Weak acid, strong base type of salt. The pH of such salts is given by the formula half of pKw plus pKa plus log C. Correct? Half of pKw plus pKa plus log C. So pH would be given Now what has been given to you? The value of Ka is given to you as 10 to the power minus 6. If Ka is equals to 10 to the power minus 6, then pKa will become, from here you can write down that pKa would be minus log of Ka. In this case, it will come out to be 6. pKa is 6. pKw, temperature is not mentioned here. Is it mentioned somewhere? No, it's not mentioned. We'll take the temperature to be the room temperature. At room temperature, the pKw would be 14. Right? So this value would be 14. This value would be 6. Log C, we have to find out the concentration. Now concentration, what data is given to you? 1% weight by weight percent is given to you, right? And the density is given to you, correct? Okay, so from 1% weight by weight, we means 1% W by W means 1 gram in 100 gram, correct? 1 gram of solute in 100 grams. So what is the weight of the solute? What is the weight of this aqueous, salt over here? 1 gram. Correct? The weight of the salt is 1 gram. Right? Now we will find out, in order to find out the concentration, we need moles. In order to find out the concentration, we need the number of moles. Given mass is given to you. Mass is given to you as 1 gram. You have to find out moles. The formula is in front of you, that is NaA. Alright, so how will we get the molar mass? So atomic mass of sodium we can use, and the molecular mass of Ha is also given. If Ha is 98, so A would be 97, right? So we can find out the molecular mass. Molar mass would be 97 plus 23, right? 120. This would be the molar mass of sodium salt. The molar mass of sodium salt would be 120, correct? Okay, so number of moles. Moles of the salt. Moles of salt would be given mass, which was 1 gram, because 1% W by W was given to us, 1 gram, divided by the molar mass that we have just calculated as 120, right? Molar mass would be 1 gram per mole, correct? Gram will cancel out, it would be 1 by 120 moles, 1 upon 120 moles. Moles we have found out. Now concentration is equals to mole per liter, right? Moles divide by volume in liters. That would give you the concentration. We need concentration only, right? So how will we find out the volume? Density is given to us. What is the density? Density is given to us as 1.2 gram per ml. 1.2 gram per ml. Density is equals to mass upon volume. Mass is known to us as 1 gram. Volume is given. Volume we have to identify. Mass is 1 gram. Density is 1.2 gram per ml. The volume can be find out. Volume would be 1.1. Volume would be your mass upon density. That would be 1 upon 1.2. This is gram. This is gram per ml. Gram will cancel out. Ml will go. So we will get the volume. 1 upon 1.2 ml. That would be the volume. Using the data of moles and volume, we can find out the concentration. Number of moles was 1 upon 120, right? That was the number of moles, divided by 1 upon 1.2. Solve it out. What will you get? 120 upon, it can be written as 1.2 upon 120. 1.2 upon 120. What will you get? 10 to the power minus 1. Yes, concentration will come out to be 0.1. 0.1 can be written as 10 to the power minus 1 m. Molarity only we have calculated. Now, moles per unit volume is molarity. So the concentration will come out to be 10 to the power minus 1 m molar. What will you do? Put the value of concentration in the formula. Log C. C would be 10 to the power minus 1 m. So log C would be, yes, minus 1. Put the values and you will get the answer. The pH will come out to be 9.5. Okay. The value of pKw, pKa, everything was there. Concentration we have calculated. Just put the values, do the calculation. You will get the answer as 9.5. Okay. So this question tested your mole concept, ionic equilibrium, and a little bit of common sense. Correct? Okay. Let's move ahead. Next question. Question number 13. Okay, some list is given to you and the tests are given. Iodoform test, isocyanide test, Lieberman test, and Tolan's test. So it is a bit of a theoretical type of question, or you should be aware about all the tests, right? Why do we consider these questions? Why do we say that you should remember the test? Because sometimes these type of questions are asked. So iodoform test is related to your haloform reaction, right? Iodoform test would be given by acetaldehydes, methyl ketones, ethanol, secondary alcohols which have methyl at the first position, alpha position. If there is a methyl group, then those alcohols will also give iodoform test, right? Correct. So iodoform test in these, which one will be giving the iodoform test? Methyl ketone. Do you find any methyl ketone? Yes. S. This is going to be your methyl ketone. Correct. Okay. Isocyanide test is given by primary amines. Isocyanide test is given by your primary amines. What do they produce? Why do we call it isocyanide? Isocyanide is produced in this reaction. Primary amines, they will react with chloroforms and in presence of a base, right? In presence of a base and chloroform, they will produce isocyanide, which smells, suffocating kind of smell you have. So that would be primary amine. So this is the primary amine that will give you isocyanide test. All right. Lieberman test is the property of phenols. Phenol is red or brown in color, right? It gets converted into indophenols, which are green in color, and then further the color change when the basic medium is provided, it gets converted into blue color. So these colors are also very specific for Lieberman test. All right. Phenol is reddish brown in color. Then it gets converted into indophenol, which is green in color upon reaction with HNO2, or you can take NaNO2 and HCl, right? It gets converted into indophenol, which is a diazo compound, and then when a base is provided, basic medium is provided, it gets converted into a blue color compound. So phenols will be giving you the Lieberman test, right? Tollens test would be given by positive Tollens test would be given by iodoform test would be given by the ketones. Methyl ketones would be giving primary amines will be giving you isocyanide test. Phenol will be giving you the Lieberman test. Tonal test is used for aldehydes and ketones. Distinguishing aldehydes and ketones, we use the Tollens test, right? What is Tollens reagent? Tollens reagent is ammonical silver nitrate, right? That is your Tollens reagent. This test is used to distinguish between aldehydes and ketones. Do we have any ketone over here? We have an aldehyde, right? Aldehydes will be giving you the Tollens test here, and this one will go here. Correct? So we'll figure out which option is correct. Positive iodoform test is given by the compounds that have a methyl group at the carbonyl carbon, such as aldehydes and ketones. Okay. And the isocyanide test is used to identify primary amines, right? And we have phenol, which gives a positive Lieberman test. It forms endophenol and some red to green to blue. That color transition is also important. Okay. And Tollens test is given by aldehydes, aromatic aldehydes, and alpha hydroxy ketones. Option D will be the correct answer. Next question. Okay, this reagent is given to you, and sodamide NaNH2 and alkyl halide is given to you. Then H2BDBaSO4, that is reduction step, and then we have alkaline KMNO4, potassium permanganate, right? That would be your oxidation step. So first of all, sodamide, abstract the acidic hydrogen. Acidic hydrogen would be taken away, so you will get pH, C triple bond, C negative. This negative charge, this carbon ion would attack at the alkyl halide, right? It would attack on the alkyl halide, and iodine would be removed, right? Iodine would be removed. Then what will you get? Ethyl group. What is this? CH3, CH2I, right? So this will attack over here, and iodine as a leaving group will go out. So you will get pH, carbon, triple bond carbon, and then you will have CH2, CH3. Okay. This would be subjected to hydrogen and PDBaSO4. PD would be used as the catalyst over here, right? Yes, it will cause reduction. So you will have the alkyne reduced to alkene. pH, then you will have carbon, double bond carbon, then you will have CH2, CH3, and here you will have the hydrogens, right? Correct. This would be product B after reduction. This is the reduction step. Correct. This is going to be B here, and this is subjected to oxidation using KMnO4. So KMnO4 causes oxidation, syn, right? On the same side the oxygen would be added, correct? So we will have pH, then you will have carbon, single bond carbon, then you will have CH2 CH3 group, correct? Here you will have hydrogens, and on the other side you will get OH. Now the option is racemic mixture, meso compound, inactive compound, active diastereomeric mixture. What do you think? Do you have any chiral center? Yes, we have chiral centers here. This carbon is also a chiral compound. All the valencies are different, and this is also a chiral compound. All the valencies are different, right? So you will get a racemic mixture in this case. On both the same sides, you will have the OH groups. The OH groups would be formed on the same side. Syn diol would be formed, right? For KMnO4, we will be having syn diols. Optically inactive racemic mixture. How? This would be the racemate. What would be the different products? The different products that we will get here would be your carbon. You say that if it is formed at OH, then this would be the hydrogen. Here we had pH group, and here we have C2H5. Correct? This would be one. Another would be on the dash. But both the OH would be on the same side. Both would be responsible for the formation of a racemic mixture because both are chiral centers, right? So they would be forming a racemic mixture. A racemate will be formed. So option A, racemic mixture is optically inactive. Correct? One would be rotating the plane polarized light in one direction, and another would be doing it in the opposite direction. So overall, zero optical activity will be observed. Next question. Absolute configuration of the two chiral centers in the following molecule are. So absolute configuration, what do you understand by absolute configuration? First of all, the RS configuration is called as the absolute configuration. If clockwise direction, then R. If you are going in clockwise direction, then R. If you are going in anti-clockwise direction, then it would be S, rectus and sinister. Correct? Okay. Now we have some certain rules. If the least priority is present on the horizontal line, reverse the answer. Correct? Right? If the least priority is present on the horizontal line, you have to reverse the answer. So how will you get? Here, bromine, carbon and carbon. Which one will get first priority? The higher molecular mass compound, right? The atom which is having higher molecular weight, that would be given the first priority. Correct? So here bromine will get the first priority. Then your COOH group. If you talk about this particular chiral center, bromine will get first priority. Then you have another carbon and carbon. This is having COOH group. Oxygen is present, and here you have hydrogen, right? So here this would be getting the second priority, then the third priority, and then the fourth priority for this particular chiral center. This would be, now we will go from 1 to 3, 1 to 2, and then 3. What is this type of rotation? Anti-clockwise? Yes. Is it anti-clockwise? Anti-clockwise. But you have 4 on the horizontal line. 4 is the least priority, which is on the horizontal line. So the S will get converted into R. It would be the R configuration. Similarly, the second one. In the second one, what do we have? In the second one, we have cyanide, carbon. Here we also have carbon, here you have oxygen. So first atom oxygen over here, right? So this will get the first priority. Now this carbon and this carbon, both are carbon. The second atom we will go, there's the second atom is nitrogen, here the second atom is bromine. Bromine is heavier one, right? So this will get the second priority, it will get the third priority, and hydrogen will get the fourth priority. First for oxygen, then second for your carbon because of bromine. Bromine is high in molecular weight, and third for this and fourth for this. From 1 to 2 always you will go. Always go from 1 to 2. So 1, 2, 3. This would be. This is what? Clockwise? Clockwise. But 4 is present. The least priority group is present on the horizontal line. Right? So it will become S. Correct? Next question. All the elements of the group 13 react with all the halogens to form trihalides with +3 oxidation number of the central atom. Okay. General stoichiometry of the reaction is 2E plus 3x2 gives 2EX3, where E is the group 13 element. Group 13 elements are what elements? P block elements. Right, group 13 P block element, which family? Boron family. Now it is saying that all the elements will form +3 oxidation state. P block and oxidation state directs me to a very common concept, that is your inert pair effect. Inert pair effect says that lower members of the family will have lower oxidation states as the stable oxidation states. Correct? So here your all the elements, no, this part of the statement is wrong. Not all the elements, the lower members will not be existing in the form of +3 oxidation state. So first statement is wrong. General stoichiometry of the reaction is this, where E could be the group 13 elements. Yeah, general stoichiometry could be this. Okay, so statement 1 is wrong, but statement 2 is correct. Option D becomes the correct answer. You have the exception, TL, thallium. It is the lower member of the family. It will not exist in the form of +3 oxidation state. Its lower oxidation state would be stable because of the inert pair effect. Okay, you can mention inert pair effect. Lower members of the P block elements or the family, lower members of the family will be having lower oxidation states as their stable oxidation states. Next question. Select correct statement regarding given properties of given elements. Fluorine has the highest value of electron affinity. No, this statement is wrong. We know that the electron affinity of chlorine is more than the electron affinity of fluorine, right? So first statement is wrong. We do not have to read the statement further. Second statement says magnitude of delta H IE ionization energy to second ionization energy is less than the first ionization energy. No. The successive ionization energies are always higher than their precessive, i.e. first ionization energy would be less than the second ionization energy no matter what. Second ionization energy will always be more than the first ionization energy. Third ionization energy will always be more than the second ionization energy. Successive ionization energies are always higher. Okay? We'll have the higher value. So this statement is wrong because of this part. We have chlorine which has higher electron affinity than fluorine. This statement is also wrong because successive ionization energies are always higher, increasing. C. Addition of first electron in ground state of an isolated atom is always exothermic process for each element of addition of first electron in ground state. It is talking about electron affinity. Always exothermic? No. Generally exothermic, not always. So this statement is also wrong. This is also wrong. This is also wrong. Correct statement option D. Successive ionization enthalpy is always greater than the previous ionization enthalpy of an isolated atom. Yes, option D is the correct answer for this question. Option D. Next question. The conductivity of a saturated solution of Ba3PO4 whole twice is given to you as this. The limiting equivalent conductivities of this are given to you as this. The solubility product of Ba3PO4 whole twice is. So we need to find out the solubility product, KSP, right? How will we proceed? Molar conductivities is equals to equivalent conductivities multiplied by n factor, right? Correct? Okay, so we'll find out their respective molar conductivities, and then how this Ba3PO4 would have been formed. BaCl2 plus K3PO4 would give you Ba3PO4 plus KCl, right? So sum of their conductivities minus the conductivity of your KCl will give you the conductivity of Ba3PO4. Then we have the relation with solubility and conductivity. What is the relation? Solubility with conductivity, lambda m is equals to K into 1000 upon solubility. K was the conductivity in the saturated solution, right? That formula you can apply. So first of all, we will find out the molar conductivity. With their respective n factors, correct? Limiting equivalent conductivities are given to you. For BaCl2 it is 160. BaCl2 it is given to you as 160. So 160 into n factor, right? 160 into n factor. N factor would be 2, right? 320. Correct? For K3PO4. For K3PO4 it would be, what is it given? 140. What would be the n factor? K3PO4, 3K positive and PO4 minus 3, right? So n factor is 3. Yes. What would be the value? Then next for your, what do we have? KCl. For KCl it is given to us as 100. N factor for KCl would be 1, K plus and Cl minus, right? So n factor would be 1. Okay, so these would be the molar conductivities. Equivalent conductivities multiplied by n factor. Now we can find out for Ba3PO4 whole twice. Ba3PO4 whole twice, the molar conductivity would be 3 barium plus 2 ions and 2 phosphate ions, right? And what will you do? KCl would also be removed, minus KCl, correct? So for these values you can do 140 into 3 will come out to be 420. That would be 100. Okay, now we'll find out for Ba3PO4 whole twice. That would be equal to BaCl2 plus phosphate ion K3PO4, right? Minus that of KCl, right? That would be for your Ba3PO4 whole twice, correct? The overall reaction would be, what would be the overall reaction? K3PO4 Ba phosphate and 6 moles of KCl, right? For 1 it would be 3 moles of this, right? 6 moles of KCl and 2 moles of phosphate, correct? 2 moles of this and then 6 moles of this for 1 mole of this. That would be the balanced reaction. Now we can find out. For BaCl2 we were having how much? For BaCl2 we had 320, 420 and 100. 320 into 3, 420 into 2 and 100 into 6. That would be the molar conductivity for molar conductance for barium phosphate, correct? 3 into 320 plus 2 into 420 minus 6 into 100. That would be equal to your this molar conductivity of your barium phosphate, right? Do the calculation what it is coming out. 960, and that would be 840, and then 600, right? 960, 840 minus 600, the value would be 900, 840, 960, 840, 1800, 1800 minus 600, 1200. It would be 1800 minus 600 will come out to be 1200, right? So molar conductivity for Ba3PO4 is coming out to be 1200, right? And we have a relation. What is being asked? Solubility product. In the question, what is being asked? The solubility product of Ba3PO4. Okay. All right. So we have K into 1000, right? K into 1000 upon S. K into 1000 upon S. We'll find out the solubility and then we can find out the solubility product. That would be KSP, right? So first of all, put the values. It would be 1200 is equals to K. Value of K is given to you in the question. What is the value of K? 1.2, right? K is the conductivity of the saturated solution. 1.2 into 10 to the power minus 5. This is the value of K. That is conductivity in the saturated solution. So that would be 1.2 into 10 to the power minus 5 into 10 to the power 3 upon S. We can find out value of S. Do the calculation, find out what is the value of S coming out to be. S would come out to be, okay, 1.2, 10 to the power 3. S will come out to be 1.2 into 10 to the power minus 5 into 10 to the power 3 upon 1200, 10 to the power minus 5. Your S, the solubility will come out to be 10 to the power minus 5. Now you have the value for solubility. We can find out the value of solubility product. We have to find it for Ba3PO4. Write down the expression. Ba3PO4 whole twice will get converted into how many? 3 barium plus 2 ions plus 2 phosphate ions. Correct? If the solubility is S, the solubility there would be 3S and the solubility here would be 2S. What is solubility? The molar concentration of sparingly soluble salts in their respective solution. That is your solubility. Solubility is the molar concentration. If you write down the equilibrium constant, that would be the solubility product, KSP. That would be equal to the concentration of barium plus 2 whole cube and the concentration of PO4 minus 3 whole square, right? You put the values for KSP. 3s cube and we have 2s as the molar concentration and square. What will it be? KSP will come out to be expression 3 cube S cube 2 square and S square. Overall S raised to the power 5. 3 cube is 27. 3 into 3 9, 9 into 3 27 and then 4. So 27 into 4 would be 27 into 4 would come out to be 108. This will come out to be 108. 27 into 4, right? 3 cube would be 27. 2 to the power 2 is 2 square would be 4. 27 into 4 would be 108. S raised to the power 2, S raised to the power 3, it would become S raised to the power 5. KSP would be 108 into S raised to the power 5. S was 10 to the power minus 5. We have calculated, right? The value of S is 10 to the power minus 5. You put the value of S here. It would be 108 108 into S raised to the power 10 to the power minus 5 into whole 5. Correct? We will get the value of Ksp. That this will be equal to your Ksp value. So which option will be the correct answer for this question? Option B, 108 into 10 to the power minus 23. 5 5s are 25, right? 108 into 10 to the power 25 minus 25 will come out to be, and then that can be rearranged as 108 into 10 to the power minus 23. Okay, option B is the correct answer for this question. Moving ahead, question number 19. Okay, alkane is given to you, then bromine and HNu. You have to find out the major product. Then alcoholic KOH is given to you. You have to find out the major product again. And then HBr peroxide is given to you, and then you have to find out the Z. Okay. So first of all, Br2 and HNu. Addition of bromine will take place at most stable free radical. Tertiary free radical will be formed, right? Tertiary free radical will be formed. So there would be Br. Here you will find the tertiary free radical, most stable free radical, so it would be your product S would be this. This would be the product X, most stable free radical, right? So there the Br would be formed. Then next step is alcoholic KOH. Alcoholic KOH will do what? Alkene. It will get converted into alkene. Alkyl halide will get converted into alkene. So Y would be the respective alkene will be formed. Alcoholic KOH elimination reaction will take place. So it will give you alkene. Then what is the next step? HBr in presence of peroxide. Now we have to decide that peroxide is given, definitely free radical mechanism will go on. Where the free radical will be formed. So HBr in presence of peroxide, what rule we have? The CH bond, which is CH bond, the hydrogen is formed at which the carbon which is most substituted, and bromine is bonded at the carbon which is less substituted. We call it what type of selectivity? This is anti-Markovnikov regioselectivity, right? Regioselectivity anti-Markovnikov. In case of peroxide, what happens if you have the ROR and HBr? The peroxide will abstract the hydrogen and will lead into the formation of the Br radical. Correct? So this would be your peroxide, right? It will get converted into the peroxide linkage will break. You will have OR, you will have this radical, these two radicals, right? These radicals will abstract this hydrogen and get converted into ROH plus you will have the Br radicals. This bromine radical will be generated. Now this bromine radical will attack, right? Now this bromine radical will attack on the alkene and it will generate a most stable free radical. So most stable free radical would be generated at what position? This radical will be generated and bromine will attack at this position. Now at that position hydrogen will attack, right? Now at that position hydrogen will attack from another molecule of HBr and you will get the respective product. So what do you think? Which option matches? Here again in the next step you will get hydrogen. So it would be like this. I think option C, right? Yes, option C would be the correct answer. Are we good? Always more stable free radical would be formed. So yes, we will have this product. Here HBr you have to consider anti-Markovnikov regioselectivity. This reaction is regioselective. Option C is the correct answer for this reaction. The major product would be according to anti-Markovnikov rule. Next question. Optical activity shown by which of the following complexes? So optical activity, yeah, optically active compounds are those compounds which do not have an element of symmetry, right? So any compound which does not have the plane of symmetry, right, would be able to show optical activity, correct? What would it be? Ammonia is monodentate, chlorine is also monodentate. We have, and 3 and 3 we have, right? PDENCl2, ethylene diamine one plane, DMG and EN3. This molecule will not have the plane of symmetry. Why? Because ethylene diamine is a bidentate ligand, right? EN is a bidentate ligand. It would form rings, right? It would be like this, this and this. They would be in different planes. You will not be able to apply the plane of symmetry. So there we do not have any plane of symmetry. That is why this compound would be optically active. Okay, these rings would be in different planes. That is why you will not be able to apply the plane of symmetry. So option D would be the correct answer. For a complex reaction, A gives products. Activation energy is 180 kilojoule. Activation energy 2 is 80 kilojoule. A3 is 50 kilojoule per mole. Overall rate constant K is related to the individual rate constant by equation K1, K2, K3. So this is the direct application. K1 would be related to activation energy 1, so it would be EA1 plus EA2, right, minus EA3, and 2 by 3 will come out, right? You will have to take log, correct? So it would be EA1 plus EA2 minus EA3, and out 2 by 3 would be multiplied. You will get the formula as, yes, 2 by 3 would be multiplied EA1 plus EA2 because it was K1 and K2 in product, and K3 was in denominator, so minus EA3, and 2 by 3 would be multiplied. Direct. How will you do this? It will get converted into 2 by 3, and for K1 you will write activation energy 1 plus K2, it would be EA2. And because K3 is in denominator, it will get converted into minus. So it would be subtracted, EA3. Why? Because K is equals to A minus EA exponential EA by RT, right? So there we are taking log. Okay, EA1 by RT, EA2 by RT, A1, A2, A3, right? So all the these A1, A2 and A3 will be converted into another factor, that would be A dash, and you can write this entire expression as this. Now you will take the log. Okay, you will take the log, then you will get the values as this expression. So directly we can do it from this particular formula in that format. Okay. How many of the following compounds are aromatic? So for being aromatic, it should be all the electrons should be present. It should be cyclic first of all. They should be coplanar, the second condition, and there should be complete conjugation. And for being aromatic, there should be Huckel's rule, that is 4n plus 2 pi, right? So we'll talk about the first one. So in first one, how many electrons? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 electrons are delocalized. 4n plus 2 pi rule, right? So it would be aromatic. Here, how many electrons? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 electrons are localized, delocalized, right? This would be anti-aromatic. Third one, do we have conjugation? No, the positive charge is here. No conjugation, not aromatic. Okay, this is aromatic, this would be your anti-aromatic, and this would be non-aromatic. Fourth one, 2 electrons are delocalized, right? There is positive charge here if it is not visible. 2 electrons are delocalized, so this one would be aromatic. Benzene is aromatic, right? Here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 6 electrons are delocalized. 6 electrons are delocalized into the system. This would also be aromatic. Here also sulfur has lone pairs. 6 electrons are delocalized. It would be aromatic. 4 electrons, right? Cyclobutadiene, correct? Anti-aromatic. Here, do we see delocalization? No, complete conjugation is not present, so not aromatic. X, these type of compounds are called as homoaromatic compounds. Why? I'll tell you. This double bond is actually not a double bond. It will be broken. Oxygen will get, this will exist in this form. oxygen will get a negative charge and a positive charge. You see this positive charge makes this entire ring as aromatic because these 2 electrons will get delocalized, right? So these type of compounds are called as homoaromatic compounds, where the double bond is has been shown into the structure, but most of the time it is not there. It exists in the form of ionic bond with a negative charge on more electronegative element, so that there would be an aromaticity is generated into the ring. So this one would also be aromatic. How many of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them are aromatic in nature. Okay. This one will not be aromatic, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and if you say the pi bonds of oxygen, 6 electrons. So how many? 6 are aromatic. All those we have seen who are aromatic. Yes, these all are your aromatic compounds. Okay. Wavelength of electron waves in 2 Bohr's orbit is in ratio 3:5. The ratio of kinetic energy of the electron in these same orbits is 25:x, and hence x is. So we can that is the simple formula based question. You put the values. Lambda is equals to h upon under root 2k into m. For lambda 1, for lambda 2, the ratio is given to you as 3/5. So for kinetic energies, h would be same, right? So kinetic energy ratio will come out to be under root x by 25. The value of x will come out to be 9. Okay. Next question. Identify the total number of compounds which are soluble in sodium hydroxide and NaHCO3. So these are bases. The compounds that would be soluble in the bases would have to be acidic in nature. Those who are acidic in nature will be soluble. Okay. Those who are acidic will be soluble. This is going to be acidic. This is going to be acidic. This is acid, acid, acid. This is squaric acid, right? And this is your picric acid. So these all compounds would be acidic in nature. Phenol, not that much acidic, right? Alcohols, not acidic, correct? So these compounds would be acidic in nature. The answer is 6. You have to compare the acidity only. For compound to be soluble, it should be strongly acidic in nature. So carboxylic acid, definitely. Picric acid, we know. Phenol is a weak acid, so it will not be soluble. Okay. And primary alcohols, definitely not acidic. And if the resonance stabilization is there, then those will be acidic in nature. Identify the total number of compounds which are soluble in aqueous sodium hydroxide. So we have already done this question. Okay. Next question, 25. Consider the following reversible reaction. If 1 mole of A is mixed with 3 moles of B, then X moles of C are produced at equilibrium. 2 moles of A is added further at equilibrium, so X mole of C is further produced at new equilibrium. What is the value of the equilibrium constant of the given reaction? Okay, so it is a question from your equilibrium, chemical equilibrium chapter. Okay, all right. So we'll see. The reaction is given to us as A gaseous plus B gaseous gives 2 of C. 1 mole of A and 3 mole of B. Right, it is given, and that they will combine to give you 2 moles of C. Correct. So at equilibrium, if X by 2, X moles it is formed, right? The moles of C is given to us as X. So if it is X mole, that would be 3 minus X by 2, and this would be 1 minus X by 2. X by 2 will go, then X will be formed. So 1 minus X by 2, 3 minus X by 2, and X. That would be the concentrations at equilibrium. So equilibrium constant we will write down. We can write down the value, the expression for equilibrium constant like this. It would be concentration square for C, and upon may we have the concentration of the products A and B. Correct? Right? Second condition, it is saying that we are adding some more of A. Right? So it was 1 minus X by 2. Right? B is 3 minus X by 2 and X. You have added some more. So 3 minus X by 2 minus X by 2, then X by 2 and 2X would be formed. Correct? You are just adding. So more would be formed according to Le-Chatelier principle. If the concentration of reactant is increased, the reaction, the equilibrium will shift into the forward direction. Correct? So now we will write down the Kc, right, in terms of the concentration of the different reactants. Then we will compare the expression of both the equilibrium constants, and we can find out the value of x. That will come out to be 2x is equals to 3. Okay. Yes, are we good? You'll get the amount of x, and then putting the values in the in the expression for Kc, we can find out the new equilibrium constant. That would be 4. Are we good? That's it from my side.
Hi everyone, how are you guys? All good? I hope everyone is feeling great. So what we are going to do today, we are going to discuss FT-02 JEE mains paper solutions discussion. And my name is Firoz Khan. So let's start the session without wasting any more time. Ready guys? Ready for the session? And ready for the solution in fact? So here is the first question. It says if a line passes through the point P0, 1 and intersecting the curve y is equal to x square minus 4x at A and B, such that PA into PB is 2, then you have to get the length AB, right? So y is equal to x square minus 4x. This is simply an upward parabola like this. Let's say this is y is equal to x square minus 4x. And a line is drawn through the point P0, 1, which cuts this curve at the point A and B. Suppose this is the line. The line is drawn through the point P. P point is 0, 1, and it cuts the parabola at 2 points A and B. Now it is given that PA into PB is 2. Here it is given. Now you have to get the length AB. Clear? So let's see how to do it. Simply what you can do, let's suppose this line is inclined at an angle theta with the positive direction of x-axis. What I'm assuming that the line is inclined at an angle theta with the positive direction of x-axis. Then any point on this line in parametric form can be taken as 0 plus r cos theta and 1 plus r sin theta. I'm taking any point on the line. The point on this line can be taken as, I can take the point as 0 plus r cos theta, 1 plus r sin theta. This is a general point on this line in parametric form. Now, if this point satisfies the parabola, in fact, A and B are on the parabola, so if this point satisfies on the if this point satisfies the parabola, then what happens? I can replace here in this parabola, I can replace y with 1 plus r sin theta and x with r cos theta. So you will get r square cos square theta minus 4r cos theta here. Now what simply you are getting a quadratic equation in R. Actually, I can arrange this equation as r square cos square theta minus 4r minus 4 cos theta plus sin theta r, and then minus 1 is equal to 0. Just rearrange this equation, you will get r square cos square theta minus 4r cos theta minus r sin theta minus 1. Now let's say the two roots of this equation are r1 and r2. So actually, PA into PB is nothing but mod r1 mod r2. PA is mod r1, PB is mod r2. So this will be mod r1 r2, right? And mod r1 r2, simply r1 r2 is the product of roots of this equation. That will give you 1 over cos square theta. or you can write it as secant square theta, and this is given as 2, so you can say theta will be pi by 4. So theta can be taken as pi by 4. Now if you substitute theta is equal to pi by 4 here in this equation, so now this equation reduces to r square cos square theta. Now put theta is equal to pi by 4 here, so this is 4 by root 2 and 1 by root 2, and ultimately it is 5 by root 2 r minus 1 0. Now you are getting a quadratic in r. Now what you have to get? The length AB. So the length AB will be simply mod r1 minus r2. Actually this PA, let's say r1 r2 are simply the roots of this equation. So if you take PA as r1, then PB will be minus r2. So AB distance will be simply r1 minus r2. Or if you take, let's say, PA as minus r1, then PB will be plus r2. And mod r1 minus r2 can be written as r1 plus r2 whole square minus 4r1 r2. Now just simply substitute the sum of roots, product of roots from here, you will get AB. Sum of roots minus b by a, which is 5 by root 2 cos square theta. In fact, cos theta is a half here, because theta is pi by 4. So you can write this equation right like this also. Here cos theta, theta is pi by 4. So this equation can also be written as r square by 2 here. So now get the sum of roots, product of roots, substitute here, you will get the answer finally, and your final answer will be, in fact, root 58, option B. Clear, guys? I hope it's clear to everyone, right? So let's move to the second question now. See, what is the second question here? Determinant, matrices and determinants here. What they are saying, A and B are two non-singular matrices of order 3. One more thing is given, determinant of B is 2. Then they are saying that A transpose multiplied by determinant of A multiplied by B is A multiplied by determinant of B multiplied by B transpose. And finally, they are asking the value of this determinant, determinant of AB inverse adjoint A transpose B whole inverse. Now let's see how to solve this. Simply some properties of determinant of matrices will be used here. What we can do here, let's take the determinant here, both sides. So you can write determinant of A transpose, then determinant of A B. Determinant of A transpose, determinant of A B. On the right side you have determinant of A, determinant of B, and B transpose. Right? Now this can be written as a determinant of A. If you take this determinant of A outside the determinant, it will become determinant of A whole cube. I'm using this property. The determinant of K times A will be K cube times determinant of A if A is a 3 by 3 matrix. If A is any 3 by 3 matrix, then determinant of K times A will be K cube times determinant of A. So same property if I use here, let's take this determinant of A outside this determinant sign. So you will get determinant of A cube, and then you have determinant of A transpose, determinant of B. Similarly, you can write here determinant of B cube, determinant of A B transpose. Now this is determinant of A cube. Determinant of A transpose can be also written as determinant of A, determinant of B, and here determinant of B cube, determinant of A, determinant of B. In fact, determinant of A transpose will be same as determinant of A. Determinant of B transpose will be same as determinant of B. So what you are getting? You are simply getting determinant of A4, determinant of B. Here you are getting determinant of A, determinant of B4. So you are getting determinant of A cube is equal to determinant of B cube. That simply means determinant of A and determinant of B both are equal. And here it is given that determinant of B is 2. So I can say both are equal to 2 now. Now let's find the value of this one. So what is this? I can write this one as determinant of AB inverse and multiplied by determinant of adjoint A transpose B whole inverse. Now I can write this one as determinant of A, determinant of B inverse, and determinant of adjoint A. Let's use this property here. I'm writing the property. Okay, determinant of adjoint A is determinant of A square if A is a 3 by 3 matrix. If A is any 3 by 3 matrix, then determinant of adjoint A is determinant of A square. So determinant of adjoint of A transpose B inverse, it can be written as A transpose B inverse whole square. Now I can write it as determinant of A, determinant of B inverse is 1 by determinant of B. Then we can write here determinant of A transpose, which is same as determinant of A, determinant of B inverse 1 by determinant of B, and whole square here. Now just substitute the values. Determinant of A is 2, determinant of B is 2. So substitute determinant of A2, determinant of B2, it is cancelled. Then determinant of A2 here and determinant of B2 here. Am I doing some mistake here? Let me check. Determinant of A is 2 right here. It is AB inverse, so determinant of A, B inverse, so determinant of A, determinant of B inverse, which is 1 by determinant of B. Then we have adjoint of this one. Oh, it is whole inverse here. I've done mistake here. It is A transpose B inverse whole inverse here. This is the mistake. Actually, this is determinant of A transpose B inverse. Determinant of A transpose B whole inverse and whole square. Right? And now it can be written as this one, can be written as 1 by determinant of A transpose B whole square. Now determinant of A is 2, determinant of B is 2, so these two cancel. Determinant of A transpose will be same as determinant of A, 2 into 2, 4 square. So final answer will be 1 by 16 here, which is option C. Clear? Clear, guys? Chalo, let's solve the next question now. See this one, a simple application of functions and determinant, properties of determinant. See, fx is given as this function e raised to x minus e raised to minus x over e raised to x plus e raised to minus x. Gx is log of x plus under root x square plus 1, and hx is cos x raised to cosecant x minus 1. And we have to get the value of this determinant. See, if you check G0 from here, G0 is 0. Check. G0 will be simply log 1, which is 0. Now, if you check F0 from here, so it is also 0. And if you check G of G0, that is of course 0, 2. So these three are 0, diagonal elements. Now GE and G of minus E will be of opposite sign. You can check, actually this Gx is an odd function. Gx is an odd function, you can easily check. So GE and G of minus E will be opposite sign, these two. Similarly, H pi by 6 and H of 5 pi by 6, if you find H pi by 6 and H of 5 pi by 6 here, from here, you will get these two of opposite sign. Same value but opposite sign. And similarly, f of pi and f of minus pi from here are also of opposite sign. This function is also an odd function. Fx and gx both are odd function. So what you are getting, simply, you are getting here 0. Let's say I'm assuming that, let's write G as it is. H pi by 6 as it is. G of minus E will be minus GE. This is 0. Let's write F pi as it is. H 5 pi by 6 will be minus H pi by 6. F minus pi will be minus F pi. And this is 0. Now you can clearly observe this is simply the determinant of a skew-symmetric matrix. See, this is skew-symmetric matrix as diagonal elements are 0 and these two are of opposite sign, these two are of opposite sign, these two are of opposite sign. And you know the property, the determinant of a skew-symmetric matrix of odd order is always 0. If a matrix is of odd order and it is a skew-symmetric, then its determinant is always 0. So hence it is 0 only. Easy question if you can recall the properties. See this one now. Question based on complex number. Z is any complex number which satisfies this equation. Then you have to get mod Z. So let's suppose Z is x plus iota y. And if I substitute Z is equal to x plus iota y here in the given equation, what I can get? I will get here x plus iota y plus iota mod Z. Let's keep mod Z as it is for now. Then we have iota Z bar, which is x minus iota y plus 1, right? What we are simply doing here, we have substituted Z is equal to x plus iota y and Z bar as x minus iota y. Mod Z is left as it is for now. Now what we can do, if I equate real part and imaginary part from both sides of the equation. So on the left side, real part is x. On the right side, real part will be c. If you multiply here, iota with minus iota, you will get y here. So y plus 1 is the real part on the right side. Similarly, if you equate imaginary part, on the left side, imaginary part is y plus mod z. On the right side, imaginary part is x. So see, from this equation, x minus y is equal to 1. And from this equation, x minus y is equal to mod z. So that simply means mod z is 1. That's it. Easy question. Very basic application of complex number. Very easy type of question, in fact. Clear? Let's move to the next question now. Question number 5. Trigonometry based on maxima, minima, range of trigonometry. So they are saying that the maximum value of this expression from here to here is a plus root b. Here alpha lies between minus pi by 2 and pi by 2. Beta can be any real number. Then you have to get a plus integral part of b here. A plus integral part of b. So see, if you simplify this expression, you can simply write it as 3 sine alpha from here, 4 sine alpha from here. So it will be in fact 7 sine alpha. 3 sine alpha and 4 sine alpha. Then you are getting 3 by root 2 minus sine beta here and 4 by root 2 sine beta here. So ultimately 4 by root 2 minus 3 by root 2, you will get 1 by root 2 sine beta. Minus 3 by root 2 plus 4 by root 2. So you are getting 1 by root 2. And then you have 5 cos beta. Now they are saying that its maximum value is a plus root b. A plus root b is its maximum value, right? So let's write the maximum. Obviously sine alpha can be maximum 1. So this quantity 7 sine alpha can be maximum 7. And now this quantity from here to here. This is of the form a sine beta plus b cos beta. And you know any trigonometric expression of the form a cos theta plus b sine theta has its maximum value as under root a square plus b square, right? I hope you can recall the result. So this is a sine beta plus b cos beta. Its maximum value will be under root a square plus b square, means 1 by 2 plus 25. So it becomes 7 plus under root 51 by 2. So now you can say a is 7, b is root 51 by 2. Now what they are asking, they are asking a plus integral part of b. A is 7 and 51 by 2 is actually 25.5. So its integral part is 25. Your answer will be 32 in fact. So 32 is the correct answer here, which is option C, right? I hope it's clear to everyone. Again, an easy question. If you can recall the properties and if you can recall the range of the trigonometric functions. See this question. Very important type of question. Very frequently, these type of questions are asked very frequently in JEE Mains. Very frequently, in fact. If you see the last few years PYQs, you will find many questions like this in your PYQs. So what they are saying, if I write the value of this one, 167 raised to 131, what will be its unit digit? Means you have to get the digit at the unit place of this number, right? Unit place of this number. So let's see how to find the digit at the unit place of this number. So to get the digit at the unit place of any number, simply find the remainder when the number is divided by 10. Find the remainder when the number is divided by 10. Let's say your number is 32. If you divide by 10, you get the remainder 2. So that means 2 is the digit at unit place. Let's say your number is 53. If you divide by 10, you get the remainder 3. The digit at the unit place is 3. So to get the digit at the unit place, you have to get the remainder when the number is divided by 10. So let's divide this number by 10. I can write this number as 170 minus 3 raised to 131. Now, if I divide this number by 10, obviously this 170 is already divisible by 10. So remainder will be minus 3 raised to 131 only. Means you can just erase this 170 because 170 is divisible by 10. So you won't get any remainder from 170 if you divide by 10. Now I can write minus 3 raised to 131 as minus 3 multiplied by minus 3 raised to 130. Now I can write it as minus 3 and then 9 raised to 65. 3 square is 9. Now I can write it as minus 3. 9 can be written as 10 minus 1 raised to 65. So see, now if you divide this number by 10, so this 10 is divisible by 10. So your remainder will be simply minus 3 into minus 1 raised to 65, which is 3. So if you divide this number 167 raised to 131, if you divide this number 167 raised to 131 by 10, you are getting the remainder as 3. So that simply means the digit at the unit place of this number is also 3. I hope it's clear to everyone. Right guys? Clear? बोलिए तो सही. Clear है? So, let's move to the next question, which is question number 7 here. What is the question? Sin inverse under root x square plus 2x plus 1 plus secant inverse under root x square plus 2x plus 1 is pi by 2. So actually this is nothing but sin inverse x square plus 2x plus 1 is x plus 1 whole square. So this is nothing but sin inverse mod x plus 1. And secant inverse mod of x plus 1 can be written as cos inverse 1 by mod of x plus 1. Pi by 2. Now it can be written as sin inverse mod x plus 1. And if you take this cos inverse to the right hand side, you will get pi by 2 minus cos inverse 1 by mod of x plus 1. Now it is sin inverse mod of x plus 1. And you know pi by 2 minus cos inverse becomes sin inverse. So this is sin inverse 1 by mod of x plus 1. Actually, sin inverse x plus cos inverse x is pi by 2. So you can write pi by 2 minus cos inverse x as sin inverse x. Now, you can say here mod of x plus 1 is 1 over mod of x plus 1. Mod of x plus 1 is 1 over mod of x plus 1. So that simply means ki mod of x plus 1 whole square is 1. So this will give you mod of x plus 1 is equal to 1. Means x plus 1 will be plus minus 1. That simply means x is either minus 2 or 0. But they are saying x is not 0. They are saying that x is not 0. So therefore, x is equal to 0 is rejected here. You will take x is equal to minus 2 only. Now just substitute x is equal to minus 2 here in this one. But you are getting 2 secant inverse. X is minus 2, so it becomes minus 1. And then sin inverse minus 1. Secant inverse 1 is 0. Secant inverse minus 1 is pi. So this is 2 pi. Sin inverse minus 1 is minus pi by 2. So your final answer will be 3 pi by 2 here. I hope it's clear to everyone. Clear, guys? So let's move to the next question now. Question number 8. See, they are saying that a line is inclined at an angles of 45 degree, 60 degree and 60 degree with the coordinate axis, x-axis, y-axis and z-axis respectively. Then what will be the projection of the segment on this line which joins the point this and this? So let's say this point is A, this point is B. So you have to get the projection of the line segment AB on this line. Which line? Which passes through the, which is inclined at an angle of 45 degree, 60 degree and 60 degree with the coordinate axis. So see, your line, this line will have direction cosines as cos 45, cos 60 and cos 60. So I can take this vector along this line. I can take the vector along this line. Let's say this vector is R. R is the vector along this line. I can take this vector as cos 45i, then cos 60j, and then cos 60k. If a vector is inclined at angles of alpha, beta, gamma with the coordinate axis, x-axis, y-axis and z-axis respectively, then vector can be written as cos alpha I plus cos beta j plus cos gamma k. That simply means this vector is 1 by root 2i plus 1 by 2j plus 1 by 2k. Now let's write vector AB now. Vector AB is position vector of B minus position vector of A. So that will be 0i plus 2j minus 3k. And now you have to get the projection of AB on R. Projection of vector AB on vector R. So that will be simply AB dot R over mod R. This is the projection of AB on R. So let's write AB dot R. So that will be 0, 1, minus 3 by 2. 0, 1 and minus 3 by 2 and mod R is 1. And whenever you are writing the projection, you mean actually length of projection. So even if you are getting the negative value, you will write the answer as positive 1. Absolute value, you will write the absolute value of this one. So your answer will be half only here. Half, right? So you have to get the projection of AB on R. So that will be AB dot R over mod R. And here they mean length of projection. Let's write question number 9. Let's see question number 9 here. Quadratic, easy question in fact. They are saying that fx is a quadratic expression such that f1 plus f2 is equal to 0. And the roots of fx is equal to 0. One of the roots of fx is equal to 0 is minus 1. You have to get the second root. Okay, what will be the second root of this quadratic out of these 4? So let's say the roots of fx is equal to 0 are, one root is already given as minus 1. Let's say some other root is alpha. So you can write this quadratic as x square minus sx plus p. S is the sum of roots, p is the product of roots. Whenever you know the roots of a quadratic, then equation can be written as x square minus sx plus p0. S is the sum of roots, p is the product of roots. So here this quadratic can be written as sum of roots is alpha minus 1 and product of roots is alpha into minus 1 minus alpha. So this is your quadratic fx. Now they are saying that f1 plus f2 is 0. f1 plus f2 is 0. So this will simply give you the other root alpha f1. f1 will be 1. Put x is equal to 1 here. So minus alpha plus 1 minus alpha. This is f1. And f2 will be 4 minus 2 alpha plus 2 minus alpha. This is 0. So it becomes 2 minus 2 alpha here in the first bracket. And in the second bracket, you are getting 6 minus 3 alpha here. So 8 minus 5 alpha 0 means alpha will be 8 over 5. So hence the second root is 8 over 5, which is option D. Clear? Easy question. Very, very easy. In fact, basic type of question. Let's move to the next one. Statistics means lengthy calculation. You have to calculate mean, standard deviation. So calculation will be lengthy. Concept wise, these type of questions are easier one if you know the formula, how to find the mean, how to find the standard deviation. But calculation will be lengthier. So attempt these type of question only when you have ample time left with you. Means attempt the easier questions or the questions which will take lesser time. Attempt those questions first. And if you have some times left at the end, then attempt these type of questions, because it will take a lot more time relative to the other questions. So what they are saying, mu is the mean and this sigma is the standard deviation of this distribution. And summation fi is 62. So what will be integral part of summation of sum of mu square and sigma square? So first they are saying if I add these frequencies, the sum should be 62. So let's add these frequencies. So you will get k plus 2 plus 2k plus k square minus 1 plus k square minus 1. So if you add these frequencies, to save the time, I'm showing you the result here. If you add these frequencies, you will get this quadratic. You will simply get this quadratic 3k square plus 4k minus 640. You will get 3k square plus 4k minus 640. And if you solve this one, you will get k is equal to 4 or minus 16 by 3. So what I'm trying to say here, if you add these frequencies, you are getting a quadratic equation in k, and you are getting two values of k, out of which one value is negative and fraction. See, frequency cannot be taken as negative or fraction. So therefore, k will be 4 only. So now you got k is equal to 4. And now you got k is equal to 4. That simply means now I know the complete data. Since k is equal to 4, so it becomes 6. It becomes 8. It becomes 16 minus 1, 15. Again it is 15. It is 17. And it is 16 minus 3, 13. So now you know the observations and their corresponding frequencies. So you can easily get the mean here, mu. Mean will be simply sigma x into f over sigma f. So just multiply each observation with their corresponding frequency and add in the numerator. So you will get 0 into 6, 0. 1 into 8, 8. 2 into 15, 30. 3 into 15, 45. 4 into 17, 68. Plus 65. And sum of frequencies is already given 62. just calculate it, you will get the mean. And what mean you are getting? You are getting the mean as 156 by 62. 156 by 62. So this comes out to be 156 by 62. Now let's find sigma square, which is variance. The square of the standard deviation will be variance. And variance will be simply sigma x square f over sigma f minus square of the mean, 156 by 62 whole square. Now just square each observation and then multiply with corresponding frequency. 0 into 6, 1 into 8, 4 into 15, plus 9 into 15, plus 16 into 17, plus 25 into 13. Substitute here. What you are getting? Sigma square. So sigma square you are getting as this one. 500 by 62 minus 156 by 62 square. So ultimately sigma square plus mu square becomes 500 by 62. Ultimately sigma square plus mu square becomes 500 by 62, which is 8 point something. So its integral part will be 8 here. Again, easy question, but lengthy. You have to calculate. Calculation will be lengthier here. So let's move to the next question. The minimum distance of a point on this curve is simply an upward parabola. The minimum distance of a point on this curve from the origin. So let's see how to do it. You have to get the minimum distance of a point on this curve from the origin. So let's say P is any point on this curve. And any point on this curve can be taken as t comma t square minus 4. If you take x as t, then y will be t square minus 4. Now I have to get the distance of this point from the origin, OP distance. O is the origin here. Just use the distance formula. Distance of this point from the origin, you will get t square and t square minus 4 whole square. T square and t square minus 4 whole square. To minimize this distance, you have to simply minimize this function. So let's say this function is ft. T square plus t square minus 4 whole square. You have to minimize this one. So let's differentiate it. Its derivative will be 2t, 2 times t square minus 4 into 2t. 2t taken common. So you will get 1 plus 2t square minus 8. If you put it equal to 0, you are getting t is equal to 0 or t is equal to plus minus under root 7 by 2. So see, not just substitute these values, t is equal to 0, t is equal to t square 0 or t square 7 by 2 and see when you are getting the minimum. Actually, minimum you will get when t square is equal to 7 by 2. For t is equal to 0, you will get this distance as 16. When t is 0, OP distance is, put t is equal to 0 here, so OP distance will be root 16, which is 4. But when you put t is equal to plus minus root 7 by 2, then OP distance will be what? OP distance will be under root 7 by 2 plus 7 by 2 minus 4 means 1 by 4. 7 by 2 minus 4. So 1 by 2 square, 1 by 4 root 4 is the LCM here. So 14 plus 1, it is root 15 by 2. The minimum distance will be root 15 by 2, which is the first option. So the minimum distance of any point on this parabola from the origin is under root 15 by 2. Clear? Again, easy question, not very lengthy. Let's move to the next one. A and B are any two unit vectors. Then you have to find the greatest value of this one. What will be the greatest value of mod of A plus B plus mod of A minus B? So see, mod of A plus B square can be written as A square plus B square plus 2A dot B. And as A and B are unit vector, so this is 1 plus 1, 2A dot B will be 2AB cos theta. So this is 2, A and B are unit vector, so this is 2 times 1 plus cos theta. And 1 plus cos theta can be written as 2 cos square theta by 2, so this is 4 cos square theta by 2. Similarly, if you find mod of A minus B whole square, so it will be 4 sin square theta by 2. Same here. The only difference is if you find mod A minus B whole square, you will get A square plus B square minus 2AB here. Finally, you will get 2 times 1 minus cos theta here, and 1 minus cos theta is 2 sin square theta by 2. So ultimately, I can say कि mod of A plus B plus mod of A minus B. This mod of A plus B is 2 cos theta by 2, and this is 2 sin theta by 2. So this is 2 cos theta by 2 plus 2 sin theta by 2. And the same result, any trigonometric expression of the form A cos theta plus B sin theta can be written as any trigonometric expression of the form A cos theta plus B sin theta has the maximum value as under root A square plus B square. So A is 2 here, B is 2 here. So under root A square plus B square, its maximum will be under root A square plus B square, which is 4 plus 4 root 8, or you can say 2 root 2 is the maximum here. Right? Clear? So let's move to the next one. Question number 13. You have to get the solution of this differential equation if y0 is 1. So see, I can write, if you multiply 2y here, you can write this differential equation as 2y dy by dx plus y square secant x tan x. Now if you put y square as t, then this 2y dy by dx becomes dt by dx. So now it can be written as dt by dx plus t secant x tan x. And it is nothing but a linear differential equation in t and x. dt by dx plus pt is equal to q. Just like dy by dx plus py is equal to q, it is dt by dx plus pt is equal to q. And if you find its integrating factor, that will be e raised to secant x dx. E raised to secant x dx. So ultimately it will become e raised to log secant x plus tan x. And e raised to log x becomes x only. So it will be secant x plus tan x. Now you can write the solution as, let's write the solution now. Solution will be on the left side, you have t into integrating factor. And on the right side, you have q in the integrated, q into integrated, q is tan x. So tan x into secant x plus tan x. dx. Now it is t. What is t? T is actually y square here. I have taken t as y square. So just substitute t as y square here. So y square secant x plus tan x. Now integrate here. Secant x into tan x, integration will be secant x. Then tan square x, which can be written as secant square x minus 1. So its integration will be tan x minus x plus some constant c. Now how will you get c? So see, it is given that y0 is 1. So if you put x is equal to 0 and y is equal to 1 here, x is equal to 0, y is equal to 1. So tan 0 will be 0, secant 0 will be 1. So on the left side, you are getting 1 here. Secant 0, 1, tan 0, 0, x 0. So 1 plus c. So c comes out to be 0. And now you got c is equal to 0. Just substitute here. You will get the solution. And just match the options. Give each option matches with your solution or with your answer. Right? So it will become actually, final answer will be y square is equal to, just divide secant x plus tan x. Divide the whole equation by secant x plus tan x. So you will get y square is equal to 1 minus x over secant x plus tan x. 1 minus x over secant x plus tan x. Means I think the first option is the correct option here. Y square is equal to 1 minus x over secant x plus tan x. Now let's move to the next question. 0 to 3, integral part of root x dx. Very easy question. See, whenever you have to integrate like anything like this, a to b integral part of fx dx. So just break the interval at those points where fx becomes integer. Means break the interval at only those points where fx is an integer. So see, when x is varying from 0 to 3, root x will be varying from 0 to root 3. 0 to root 3. And it will be integer at only one point, which is 1. It will be integer at only one point, which is 1. So just break the interval at 1 only. So you can write it as 0 to 1 integral part of root x, and then 1 to 3 integral part of root x. And when x varies from 0 to 1, root x also varies from 0 to 1. So this integral part will be 0 here. When x varies from 1 to 3, root x will be between 1 and root 3 only. So this integral part will be 1 only. So here it is 1 dx. And integration is x, upper limit minus lower limit. Your final answer will be 2 only, which is option B. X varies between 0 and 1, then root x will also be varying between 0 and 1. Integral part of root x is 0. When x is varying between 1 and 3, root x will be varying between 1 and root 3. And any number which is lying between 1 and root 3, its integral part will be 1 only. So therefore, root x is 1 here. See this question now. They are saying that a family has 5 members. The probability that a family of 5 members, exactly 2 members have birthday on Sunday. Out of 5 members, exactly 2 will have its birthday on Sunday. So see, if you choose any person randomly or any member randomly, what is the probability that his or her birthday will fall on Sunday? So see, it is obviously 1 by 7, total 7 days, and the probability that the birthday will fall on Sunday is 1 by 7. So let's say P is the probability that any particular member or any random member chosen randomly will have probability will have his birthday on Sunday. This probability will be 1 by 7. And Q is the probability that the birthday is not on Sunday. Not on Sunday, so that will be 6 by 7. So now they are saying that out of 5 members, 2 will have birthday on Sunday. So they are simply saying that out of 5 trials, we have 2 success and 3 failures. 2 success means birthday falling on Sunday. Failure means birthday not falling on Sunday. So see, out of 5 trials, you have 2 success means 2 birthdays on Sunday and 3 birthdays on not on Sunday. So that will be simply 5C2, P2, Q3. 5 trials, 2 success, 3 failures. 2 on Sunday and 3 on non-Sunday, not Sunday. So just substitute the values, you will get the answer. 5C2 is 10, P is 1 by 7 whole square, Q is 6 by 7 whole cube. Simplify, you are getting your answer. Let's move to the next question. Fx plus 2 f of 2002 by x is 3x. For all x greater than 0, you have to get f2. Since I have to get f2, let's put x is equal to 2 here. So if you put x is equal to 2 here, you will get f2 plus 2 f1000 is equal to 6. Now since you are getting f1000 here, so let's put x is equal to 1000 now in the given equation. If you put x is equal to 1000 here, you will get f1000 plus 2f2 is equal to 3000. Now just simplify or solve these two equations 1 and 2, you will get f2. Means multiply the second equation by 2 and subtract, you will get f2. Or you can say ki f1000 will be 3000 minus 2f2, substitute here, you will get f2. Easy question, just solve these two to get f2, and your f2 will be here 2000. X log of log x minus x square plus y square is 4, y is positive, then what will be its derivative? dy by dx at x is equal to e. Again, very easy question, just differentiate and put x is equal to e, you will get your answer. So let's differentiate it. If you differentiate here using product rule, so derivative of x is 1, keep log of log x as it is, then x, derivative of log x is 1 by log x into 1 by x, log of log x 1 by log x into 1 by x minus 2x plus 2y dy by dx and 0. Now substitute here x is equal to e. So if you put x is equal to e here, log e will be 1 and log 1 will be 0. Here x is equal to e, so log e will be 1 and e or e cancel, so you will get 1 here. X and x cancel in fact here. Minus 2e plus 2y dy by dx. And see, when x is e, what will be y? So if you put x is equal to e here in the given equation, so if you put x is equal to e here, log e is 1, log 1 is 0, so first one is 0, minus e square plus y square 4. So from this one, y will be under root 4 minus e square, because y is positive. So just put y is equal to under root 4 minus e square here. So 2 times under root 4 minus e square dy by dx, this is 0. And this will give you dy by dx. dy by dx will be 2e minus 1 over 2 times under root 4 minus e square. Is it 4 minus e square or 4 plus e square? It should be 4 minus e square. If I put x is equal to e here, So this is log 1, 0, log E1, log 1, 0. X is equal to E, so we will get minus E square here. Okay, 4 plus, not 4 minus, 4 plus E square. So you will get dy by dx as 2E minus 1 over 2 times under root 4 plus E square. 2E minus 1 over 2 times under root 4 plus E square, which is option B. The second option is the correct option here, right? So let's move to the next question, the 18th one. Ik is 1 to E log x raised to k dx. You have to get I4. So I4 will be 1 to E log x raised to 4 dx. And if I substitute log x as t here, then x is e raised to t, dx is also e raised to t dt. So this I4 becomes now t raised to 4 e raised to t dt. When x is 1, then t will be 0. When x is e, then t will be 1. So this is 0 to 1 t raised to 4 e raised to t dt. And now after this is very, very easy. Just use integration by parts. Use integration by parts here. You will get the answer. Next question. Fx is cot inverse signum x square minus kx plus 1. And they are saying that this function has exactly 1 point of discontinuity. If this function has exactly 1 point of discontinuity, then what will be the value of k? See, signum function is discontinuous at 0. Signum of x will be discontinuous at x is equal to 0. So this function will be discontinuous at the point where x square minus kx plus 1 is 0. This function is discontinuous at the point where x square minus kx plus 1 is 0. But they are saying that this function is discontinuous at only 1 point. So that simply means that this quadratic should give you only one real root. It should give you only one real point. And that will happen only when the discriminant is 0. Discriminant is k square minus 4. So this will give you k is equal to plus minus 2. So k will be 2 or minus 2. So k will be 2 or minus 2. Minus 2 is not there in the option. So 2 is the correct option here, which is C. There are 10 different books in a shelf. This one is the good question, in fact. This is a very good question. So focus. Try to be focused. 10 different books in a shelf. Find the number of ways in which 3 books can be selected so that exactly 2 of them are consecutive. So see, we have 10 books. Let me write 10 books as B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, B7, B8, B9, B10. 10 books. Now I have to select 3 books out of these 10 books in such a way that out of 3 selected books, only 2 are consecutive. Exactly 2 are consecutive, in fact. So see, you have to select 2 consecutive books and the third one should not be consecutive. Exactly 2 should be consecutive. So see, if I select B1, B2, if I select B1, B2, then the third one cannot be B3. If I select B1, B2, B3, then 3 will be consecutive. So if I select B1, B2, then third one cannot be B3. Third one can be out of remaining 7, B4, B5, B6, B7, B8, B9, B10. It means 7 options. 7 options we have here. So if I select B1, B2, as 2 consecutive books, then the third one can be any one of the remaining 7 from B4 to B10. Similarly, if I select B9, B10, these two, then the third one cannot be B8. The third one can be any one of these remaining 7. Means again 7 options. Again 7 options. Now if I select these two, let's say B2, B3. So now the third one cannot be B1 or B4. The third one cannot be B1 or B4. The third one can be B5 or B6 or B7 or B8, B9, B10. Means 6 options now we have. You have 6 options. The same 6 options you will get if you select B3, B4 or B4, B5. Means 6 options you will get if you select B2, B3 or B3, B4 or B4, B5 or B5, B6 or B6, B7 or B7, B8 or B8, B9. How many options you have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 6 multiplied by 7. This 6 will be 7 times. Means if you select B2, B3, so then you have 6 options for the third book. Similarly, if you select B3, B4, then you have 6 options for the third book. So your final answer will be this one, 7 plus 7 plus 6 into 7. 7, if you select 2 extreme left books, then you have 7 options. If you select 2 extreme right books, then you have 7 options. And you have 6 options if you select 2 consecutive books, but they are not at the extreme. So you will have 6 options. 6 options for these two, 6 options for B3, B4, 6 options for B4, B5, 6 options for B4, B5, B6. And that's why it is multiplied by 7 here. So ultimately it becomes 7 into 8, which is 56. Option B. X is cos 2 theta minus 2 cos square theta plus 3 cos cube theta minus 4 cos raised to 4 2 theta up to infinity. Why is this one? Then you have to get the least integral value of 1 over x plus 1 over y. So see, x is cos 2 theta. Let me write cos 2 theta as c only. So x is c minus 2c square plus 3c cube minus 4c4 up to infinity. And this is nothing but an arithmetico-geometric progression, AGP. This is an AGP, and the common ratio here is minus c. So if you multiply both sides by minus c here, minus cx, so you will get minus c square here, plus 2c cube here, minus 3c4 here, up to infinity. Subtract. So here you will get x times 1 plus c. And here you are getting c minus c square. C minus c square plus, you are subtracting in fact. So plus c cube minus c4 up to infinity. This is GP now. So x times 1 plus c. Now this is an infinite GP with first term c, common ratio, minus c, infinite GP. So its sum will be c over 1 plus c. So ultimately you are getting x is equal to c over 1 plus c whole square. Similarly, if you find y is also an AGP, arithmetico-geometric progression. The only difference is the common ratio is c here, c is cos 2 theta. So you will get y as c over 1 minus c whole square. Same method if you apply, you will get y will be this one. Now 1 over x plus 1 over y is 1 plus c whole square plus 1 minus c whole square by c. So ultimately you will get 2 times 1 plus c square by c. And this will become 2 times c plus 1 by c. And c is positive number here. C is cos 2 theta and theta belongs to 0 to pi by 4. So cos 2 theta is positive. So c is positive number here. and the sum of any positive number and its reciprocal is always greater than or equal to 2. Sum of any positive number and its reciprocal is always greater than or equal to 2. So what you are getting this 1 over x plus 1 over y greater than or equal to 4. C is any positive number and its reciprocal, to always greater than or equal to 2. 2 into 2 will be 4 here. Next question. Question number 22. A contains all integers which satisfy this equation. B contains all integers which satisfy, here it is equal to. B contains all integers which satisfy this inequality. Then you have to get the number of subsets of the set A cross B. So see, let's solve this equation first. So obviously this equation is satisfied only when x plus 2 into x square minus 5x plus 6 is 0. Because you can write 1 as 2 raised to 0. So this is x plus 2 and this is x minus 2, x minus 3. So that simply means that set A contains 3 elements. Set A contains minus 2, plus 2 and plus 3, 3 elements. Now let's solve this inequality. So if you add 1 here, minus 4 less than 2x less than 10, minus 2 less than x less than 5. So x lies between minus 2 and 5. So x is in fact integer. So therefore minus 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 6 values. Set B contains 6 points. So therefore A cross B will have 3 into 6, 18 elements. A cross B will have 3 into 6, 18 elements. And hence number of subsets of A cross B will be 2 raised to 18. Number of subsets of A cross B is 2 raised to 18, which is given as 2 raised to A. So A is 18 here. A is 18 here. Why they are saying 15? Let me check. Minus 2 to 5. If I add 1 here, so it will be minus 2 to 10. Oh, it is minus 3 here, not minus 4. My mistake. I've done a mistake here. It will be, if I add 1 here, so I will get minus 2 to 10. Just add 1. So minus 2 to 10, x will be minus 1 to 5. So therefore, x will be from 0 to x will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 options only. The number of elements in A cross B will be 3 into 5, which is 15. Hence, since number of subsets will be 2 raised to 15, A will be 15 here. Next. Question number 23. The greatest integer less than or equal to sum of first 100 terms of this series. Sum of first 100 terms. So first you have to get the sum of first 100 terms. Summation TR, R varying from 1 to 100. TR, Rth term. So you are getting sum of 100 terms, T1, T2, T3 up to T100. Now I can write it as R varying from 1 to 100. See, if you observe these terms, to get the general term, denominator is 3 raised to 1 here, 3 raised to 2 here, 3 raised to 3 here, 3 raised to 4 here. So in general, it is 3 raised to R here. In the first term, you have 3, 3 raised to 1. In the second term, you have 9, 3 raised to 2. In the third term, you have 27, 3 raised to 3, like that. Now, what is the numerator? 1, 5, 19, 65. So see, this is 3 minus 2. This is 5, 3 square minus 2 square. This is 19, 3 cube minus 2 cube. 65. So this is actually 3 raised to r minus 2 raised to r here in the numerator. So now I can write it as summation r varying from 1 to 100, 1 minus 2 by 3 raised to r. Summation 1 will be constant. Constant summation is constant multiplied by number of terms. So summation 1 will be 1 into 100, that is 100. And summation 2 by 3 raised to r, summation 2 by 3 raised to r varying from 1 to 100. This is 100. This one simply, if you put r is equal to 1 to 100 here, you can verify it is simply a GP with first term 2 by 3, common ratio 2 by 3, number of terms 100. So let's use sum of GP formula. And sum of n terms of GP is a 1 minus r raised to n over 1 minus r. So use this formula. So a is 2 by 3 here. 1 minus r is also 2 by 3 here, raised to n 100. And then 1 minus r, 1 minus 2 by 3 here. So this will become 100, 2 by 3 and 1 by 3, you will get 2 here. So minus 2 times 1 minus 2 by 3 raised to 100. And finally, you are getting this sum as, what you are getting this sum as 100 minus 2, 98, and plus 2 times 2 by 3 raised to 100. So it is slightly greater than 98, 98 point something. This quantity will be between 0 and 1. So 98 point something, so hence integral part of s will be 98 only. They are asking integral part of s, greatest integer less than or equal to. So integral part of s will be 98, means the answer to this question will be 98 only, right? Next. You have to get the area enclosed by this curve and y-axis. Area enclosed by this curve or y-axis, and area is given as lambda, so you have to get 8 cos 2014 lambda. See, if I find x from here, x is 8 over y square plus 4. X is 8 over y square plus 4. Now let's draw the graph. Obviously, x is always positive here. The graph will exist only to the right of y-axis, here only. See, when y is 0, then x will be 2. And this graph is obviously symmetric about x-axis. When you replace y with minus y, there will be no change in the equation. And in any equation, if you replace y with minus y, there is no change in the equation, then the graph will be symmetric about x-axis. So let's draw the graph in the first quadrant only. See, when y is 0, then x will be 2. Y 0 means on the x-axis. So it is 2 comma 0. 2 comma 0 satisfies here. When y 0, x is 2. And as y increases, then x will be decreasing. When y goes to infinity, x goes to 0. So when y goes to infinity, up x goes to 0. It will be something like this. When y is increasing, then x is decreasing. As y is increasing, x will be when y is infinity, x goes to 0. And same graph, you will take the image here on the other side like this. So this area, complete area, is lambda. And this area will be half of the area above x-axis. So lambda will be 2 times I'm right, I am finding the area above x-axis only, this area. So that's why I'm multiplying with 2 here. So 2 times you can go from 0 to 2 under root fx dx. So 0 to 2 under root fx. And if you find y from here, see, so y will be, y square is 4 times 2 minus x by x. So y will be 2 times under root 2 minus x by x. Actually, if you find y, so y square will be from here, y square will be 4 times 2 minus x by x. So y you will get 2 times under root 2 minus x by x. Now to integrate this one, just put x is equal to sine square theta. Put x is equal to sine square theta, then dx will becomes 2 cos theta d theta. Sorry, 2 sine theta cos theta d theta. So put x is equal to sine square theta, dx will become 2 sine theta cos theta d theta. So ultimately this becomes 0 to pi by 2 cos square theta d theta. So your area lambda will be 16 times 0 to pi by 2 cos square theta d theta. And now this integration is very, very easy. Cos square theta d theta, you can use Wally's formula also here. So ultimately it comes out to be 4 pi. And you know cos even multiple of pi is 1. So if you put lambda is equal to 4 pi here, so this is cos even multiple of pi. Cos even multiple of pi is 1 here. So it will become 8. So your final answer is 8 here. So this is the graph. If you find y, so y is 2 times under root 2 minus x by x, 0 to 2, 2 times under root x minus x by x. That will give you the area above x-axis. Whole multiplied by 2 will give you the complete area, which is lambda. If you put x is equal to sine square theta, then ultimately this reduces to this integral, which is 4 pi. Now let's see the last question, limit. What they are saying, limit x approaching to 0, ax minus e raised to 4x minus 1 over ax into e raised to 4x minus 1 exists. This limit exists and is equal to b. Then what will be a minus 2b? So let's get this limit. This limit is b. Limit x approaching to 0. This is ax minus e raised to 4x minus 1 and ax e raised to 4x minus 1 over 4x, and let's multiply it by 4x. You know the formula, e raised to x minus 1 over x, this limit is 1 when x approaches to 0. So this limit will be 1. So now this is limit x approaching to 0, ax minus e raised to 4x plus 1, and in the denominator you have 4ax square. Now you can check, this is 0 by 0 form. So you can use L'Hopital rule here. Let's use L'Hopital rule. So it will become a, derivative of e raised to 4x is 4 e raised to 4x. And in the denominator you will get 8ax. Since denominator is still approaching to 0 when x is approaching to 0, so therefore numerator should be 0 when x approaches to 0. Since denominator is approaching to 0, so limit will exist finitely only when numerator also approaches to 0. So this numerator thing should be 0 when I substitute x is equal to 0. So put x is equal to 0 here, it will become a minus 4 it is 0. So A becomes 4 here. And if you put A is equal to 4 here, put A is equal to 4, so 4 can be taken common. So it becomes 4, 1 minus e raised to 4x. And in the denominator, you have 32x. Put A is equal to 4. Now again, e raised to x minus 1 over x limit is 1. So this b becomes limit x approaching to 0. Take minus common. So minus 4 e raised to 4x minus 1. Denominator is 32x. So 8 into 4x. And again, this limit is 1. E raised to 4x minus 1 over 4x is 1. So ultimately, b is minus half. So what you are getting, a is 4, b is minus half. Put a is equal to 4 here, b is equal to minus half here. So 4 plus 1, 5. 5 will be the correct answer here. So your answer will be 5. A is 4, b is minus half. Clear, guys? I hope it's clear to everyone. And this completes the solution of the paper. So see you guys. See you in the next session. Bye-bye. Take care. Bye, everyone. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Take care. Bye, guys.